Have you ever wondered why stories told thousands of years ago still manage to stir something deep within you even today? Why the tales of kings, prophets, and ordinary people in the Old Testament seem to echo emotions you feel in your own life: fear, hope, longing, and courage. Perhaps it is because these ancient narratives are not just historical accounts. They are reflections of our own human experiences, whispering to our hearts in ways both gentle and profound. Imagine the quiet of a night when the world has slowed, and these stories, soft and patient, begin to unfold inside your mind. You might find yourself drawn to them, not because of their age or sacredness alone, but because they touch the parts of you that yearn for understanding, for connection, for a sense that your own struggles are not solitary. Consider the story of a man wandering through deserts, or a woman waiting for a promise that seems endlessly delayed. Picture the weight of choices carried on a single heart, the quiet victories hidden between moments of fear, and the subtle guidance that comes when one listens closely to the small stirrings of conscience. These are not mere tales of the past. They are mirrors held up to our lives, allowing us to see our own strengths, doubts, and moments of revelation. Perhaps the story of Adam and Eve is more than a lesson about a garden. Perhaps it is a reflection of our own journeys into awareness, the moment we step beyond comfort and face the consequences of our curiosity. And the story of Noah, floating on a vast sea of uncertainty, invites us to consider our own moments of surrender, trust, and renewal. The Old Testament is filled with these layers, quietly folding lessons within the folds of narrative. It tells us that even in times of struggle, even when circumstances seem insurmountable, there is guidance if we know where to look. Every story holds a duality. Its surface is alive with human drama. Its depths shimmer with hidden meanings waiting to be discovered. From the rise and fall of kings to the subtle moments of personal insight in ordinary lives, the text encourages reflection, inviting us to ask ourselves how we might act, how we might respond, and how our choices ripple outward in ways both small and monumental. Let us think of the prophets, whose words often seemed mysterious, sometimes harsh, yet always purposeful. Their stories resonate not because of their proclamations alone, but because of the emotional honesty embedded in their journeys, the doubt, the fear, the courage to speak truths that few others dared voice. And in the quiet between these dramatic moments, we can sense the hidden lessons: patience in adversity, humility in triumph, the delicate balance of justice and mercy. These are not lessons confined to ancient times. They speak to contemporary life as naturally as the wind whispers through trees. Each choice we make, every moral dilemma we face, reflects the timeless themes of human struggle captured in these ancient texts. Imagine yourself sitting beside a flickering candle, the shadows of the room stretching softly against the walls, and hearing these stories as though they were whispered, secrets meant only for you. Each tale has its rhythm, its own heartbeat, and as you listen, you may feel the pulse of human experience, the longing for meaning, the ache of loss, the quiet joy of understanding. This is the magic of the Old Testament. It does not demand attention. It invites it, slowly, gently, and persistently. And as you let the stories settle around you, you might begin to notice patterns you had never seen before: recurring choices, mirrored struggles, echoes of human emotion that transcend time and place. In these tales, there are multiple layers, to explore. One moment may appear straightforward: a man walking into a city, a young woman awaiting a message, but beneath the surface, there are whispers of divine orchestration, moral reflection, and spiritual insight. They ask us to look beyond what is immediately visible and to recognize the deeper currents that shape both history and human hearts. And yet, they are never heavy-handed. They are soft nudges, gentle reminders, subtle invitations to engage with the text in ways that resonate personally and spiritually. Perhaps one of the most enchanting aspects of these stories is that they are alive in the present. Their significance is not confined to ancient times or distant lands. They resonate in our cities, in our homes, and within our hearts. We face choices that mirror those of Noah, Jacob, or Joseph. We experience doubt, fear, joy, and hope in ways that are eerily familiar. By listening closely, by allowing these narratives to unfold in a calm and reflective space, we can see not just the characters, but ourselves within them. We learn, softly and gradually, that wisdom is not always in grand gestures, but often in quiet reflection, subtle choices, and the courage to act, even when the path is unclear. As you settle deeper into these stories, let yourself feel the calm that comes from simply witnessing them. Let the rhythm of the narrative carry you gently, like a soft current guiding you downstream. Each story, though ancient, is alive, and as it speaks, you may find yourself reflecting on your own life, the choices you have made, the lessons you are learning, and the moments of clarity that have appeared unexpectedly. In this way, the Old Testament becomes more than a collection of historical events. It becomes a companion, a guide, and a source of quiet contemplation. Before we begin our journey through the first of 25 stories, take a moment to breathe, to settle, and to prepare your mind to receive the subtle wisdom embedded in these narratives. As we move forward together, remember that the experience is not just about understanding the past, it is about connecting with the timeless human heart, the emotions that bind us across millennia, and the hidden meanings that can illuminate our own lives in ways gentle and profound. And if you feel drawn to join this journey further, please consider subscribing to the channel. I would also love to hear from you. In the comments below, share your name, the city you're watching from, and the time of day you are enjoying this video. Your presence becomes part of this shared experience, as these ancient stories quietly whisper to each of us, wherever we are. At first, there was a silence that seemed to go on forever. A stillness so deep that it felt like the very fabric of existence was holding its breath. The darkness covered the land like a velvet blanket, and in that darkness, there was a feeling of possibility, a pause before movement, before life began to stir. Picture this silence, thick but soft, waiting for the tiniest spark to wake everything up. From this silence came a soft pulse, a subtle rhythm that whispered through the void. It wasn't sudden or jarring. It felt like the universe was stretching and pushing the limits of what was and what could be. Then, light came, not harsh or blinding, but a soft glow that spread through the empty space, showing shapes and forms that had been hidden in the stillness. Light and dark met, and they danced together in patterns that looked both random and planned, as if the universe were learning to breathe. As the days went by, what had once been chaos started to make sense. The waters split apart, making room for land to rise. It was as if the earth itself took a deep, measured breath, turning into valleys, mountains, and plains. Every hill, river, and grove seemed to have a story waiting to be told. The shape of the land made it feel like that. The sky was full of stars that twinkled softly like far-off lanterns, leading the eyes of those who would one day look at them. This unfolding had a grace to it, and the way the first seeds of the natural world began to hum with possibility was like quiet poetry. Everything, from the smallest blade of grass to the tallest tree, seemed to be waking up slowly, not quickly, but in a planned, steady way. It was a work of art that seemed to breathe with care and patience, a sign of a mind that loved both the beauty of small things and the vastness of the whole. And then the waters came alive, with every ripple promising something more complicated. Fish swam through the oceans in patterns that looked like they were being guided by an unseen hand. It was as if they knew the rhythm of the universe before they were even born. Birds flew into the sky and glided gracefully, their wings catching the soft breezes like an artist's brush sweeping across a canvas. It seemed like the earth was breathing with every movement, as if every creature that came out had a spark of consciousness and understanding, even though it was just starting to wake up. This act of creation was tender, as if the universe itself cared about every step, every breath, and every quiet moment of growth. It was like a gentle weaving of form and motion. When the first humans came into being, it seemed like the rhythm of creation was focused on them, as if everything that had come before was getting ready for this new level of awareness. Their eyes were innocent and full of wonder as they looked at the world and saw its light, water, land, and creatures, all of which reflected something of themselves. At first, they moved slowly, stepping carefully on the soft ground, touching leaves and stones, and learning about texture, weight, and sound. Their senses reached out into the vastness around them, taking in the soft sounds of life all around them, like the wind through the trees, the water lapping gently on the shore, and the soft hum of life everywhere. It was a quiet awakening, a soft realization of how everything is connected. At that moment, they began to see themselves not just as observers, but as active participants in a larger story that was unfolding. Making something felt a lot like talking to someone. The light spoke softly to the dark. The water whispered to the land, and the animals moved slowly in response. Every day brought more challenges, but none of them were too much to handle. There was a sense of excitement, as if everyone knew that each new part had its own place and purpose. And through all of this, people learned to pay attention, think about things, and be amazed. Their minds were like a small flame flickering in the dark, catching glimpses of beauty and complexity, and feeling awe in the presence of something bigger than themselves. The universe seemed to lean in, nurturing that spark, encouraging curiosity, inviting exploration, yet always reminding of the harmony between what was being formed and the one observing it. As the days went by, the patterns became clearer. They weren't hard or mechanical. They were soft and flowing. The tides went up and down, the seasons sang their soft songs, and the people who lived on the land started to feel the rhythms of these things inside themselves. It was calming to know that life, even though it was huge and complicated, worked on rules that could be felt, sensed, and respected. And in this awareness, the hidden meaning of creation began to shine. That order does not come from force, but from gentle guidance, from letting each piece find its place, from seeing potential in emptiness, and from letting consciousness grow slowly along with it. There were a lot of stars in the sky, and they were all beautiful. Each one was a quiet reminder that the mind could also reach for infinity. The oceans were huge and calm, like the depth of human emotion and the way dreams come true. The land was strong but always changing, which taught us how to be strong and grow. And the animals, which moved around freely in their own spaces, showed how beautiful life can be when you take your time and think about what you're doing. It was like creation was a soft, never-ending lullaby that whispered possibilities into the hearts of those who would one day listen. It invited people to not only watch life happen, but also to think about it, to interact gently, and to enjoy how the world around them was changing. The process of creation wasn't about getting everything perfect all at once. It was about everything waking up slowly and in harmony. There was no hurry or need to do anything, just the quiet knowledge that life would go on, grow, and mix. Light and darkness met in understanding. Land and water found a balance, and people joined in this carefully planned dance with the world. It was an invitation to notice, think, and feel. A gentle reminder that the unfolding of potential, whether in nature, in consciousness, or in the quiet corners of a human heart, was part of a bigger story that went on forever, with grace and patience. Even in the quiet that came after each day, there was a soft but persistent sound that reminded people who were wandering, watching, or just breathing in this early world that creation was not a single event, but a constant, gentle awakening. And in that awakening, people started to realize that they weren't separate from the world's rhythms. They were a part of them, moving gently with every ripple of water, every beam of light, and every whisper of wind. In the early hours of life, there was a lot of quiet potential. The beauty of Genesis was in how everything slowly grew from nothing to something amazing. This showed the gentle power of creation and the awakening of consciousness that would one day spread through people's hearts and minds. The garden went on, a sea of green that was made softer by the gentle sway of the trees and the delicate shimmer of sunlight coming through their leaves. Life seemed to hum softly all around, as if the earth itself breathed in time with the people who walked on it. Adam walked slowly across the soft ground, his bare feet brushing against the grass. He could feel the coolness rising to meet him. He saw the smallest things, like the curve of a leaf, the smoothness of a stone, and the soft flow of water over round pebbles in a small stream. He looked at the world with a sense of wonder, not as a task to complete or conquer, but as a quiet appreciation of what was happening in front of him. Every moment was a joy in its own way, a soft invitation to look, listen, and explore, without worrying or expecting anything. And then there was Eve, moving next to him, her presence full of curiosity and love. She reached out to touch a flower whose petals seemed to glow with their own light. For a moment, the air around her felt electric, full of a quiet energy that she couldn't quite put into words. She stared at the fruit hanging from a tree for a long time, even though she didn't know why. It seemed different, like it was calling to her. She wasn't scared. She was just curious, wanting to know, see, and feel. Every step she took, and every look she gave, was full of the quiet joy of discovery, the innocent thrill of a world still full of surprises and mysteries that were waiting for her to find out about them. They walked together, but their minds were their own, each lost in the little details of the garden. Adam stopped by a stream to watch the sunlight scatter across the water's surface. He noticed how the ripples danced and multiplied, and he felt a gentle stirring inside him. as if there was more to see and understand than the eye could take in at once. Eve knelt next to a bush with flowers on it and ran her fingers over the complicated patterns on its leaves. She could feel the soft resistance of their veins and the hidden strength in their delicate shapes. In these quiet times, there was a tension, small but real, between what they knew and what they still had to learn. The garden was full of life and beauty, but it also seemed to whisper about limits, choices, and the space between innocence and understanding. At first, curiosity was gentle, but it soon started to pull them in new directions. The fruit on the tree, in the middle of the garden, caught Adam's eye and made him stop. It wasn't scary or tempting in the usual way. It was interesting and a quiet challenge to the simple life he had known until then. He reached out, stopped, and then pulled back, feeling a strange mix of wanting and not wanting to do it. Eve watched him and felt her own curiosity grow as the energy changed. She was curious about why the fruit looked different and why the tree seemed to have a quiet life of its own. There was no malice in the garden, no rush, no pressure, just a slow opening of awareness, a dance between innocence and the realization of what could be. Adam and Eve found each other's reflections of amazement as they explored more. They looked at each other, across the curve of a stream, or between the shade of two trees. In that quiet moment, they shared something deeper than words. They felt the soft thrill of learning, seeing patterns, and making connections. The garden, with its soft beauty, taught them how to have quiet moments of realization. As if marking the rhythm of their growing consciousness, birds landed on branches above, filling the air with the soft sound of wings and song. The wind moved with a purpose, rustling leaves in ways that made them seem like they were talking to each other, telling them to pay attention, listen, and feel. In these moments, innocence started to change in a gentle way, not all at once, and not in a violent way, but as a slow, gentle revealing of what it means to know, to see, and to understand the deeper layers of life. The first time they realized they had a choice, they were curious, and they understood the consequences. It was like a soft dawn breaking on the horizon. This awakening brought joy, but it also brought a subtle shadow, the knowledge that understanding has weight, and that being aware means being able to feel regret, longing, and desire. They hadn't yet tasted sadness, but even in their earliest wonder, they knew that knowledge comes at a price, and that the beauty of seeing is balanced by the complexity it shows. He picked up a leaf and turned it over in his hand, amazed by its veins and the complex web of life inside it. He also realized, in a vague way, that everything had a pattern: the streams, the trees, the wind, and even the light, and that he was a part of that pattern. Eve felt a rhythm in life that she had never noticed before as she traced the curve of a fruit. There was a soft order beneath the excitement of growth and a quiet intelligence that ran the garden's life. They started to understand, without saying anything, that innocence wasn't ignorance, but a state of trust, and that knowledge was a step toward participation, a gentle step forward into awareness of both beauty and complexity. As the day went on, they moved more boldly and purposefully. They started to see the shadows that branches made, how colors and light played off of each other, and how their own voices echoed when they laughed or talked softly to each other. The quiet magic of the garden seemed to make each sense and feeling stronger. And in these heightened moments, the first signs of reflection began to show. They thought about how free they really were, what the world around them was like, and where the lines were between what was safe, what was known, and what was still a mystery. The garden, with its patient abundance, gave them a canvas, and they were learning to see themselves as part of the design, like delicate threads woven into a bigger picture. Curiosity now had a soft tension and a sense of anticipation that hung in the air. They stopped near the tree, with the fruit that had first caught their eye. The garden was quiet, and they could feel the weight of possibility in the air. It felt like the world was holding its breath with them, waiting for the next step, the next thought, or the next touch of understanding. In that quiet moment, Adam and Eve felt the bittersweet beauty of waking up. They felt the soft ache of knowing that every choice, observation, and thought would not only change how they experienced the garden, but also how they felt inside. The garden was more than just a pretty and full place. It was also a living lesson that gently led them from innocence to awareness. Every moment had the potential to teach them something new. Every sound and shadow made them think, and every gentle interaction with the world added to their understanding. The soft rustling of leaves, the shimmering of water, and the quiet patience of every creature all seemed to work together to wake Adam and Eve up, leading them down a path that was both happy, tender, and deeply meaningful. As they walked through the garden, they felt a sense of wonder that was now mixed with reflection. They realized that life was more complicated than they had thought, that awareness brought both beauty and weight, and that the journey from innocence to knowledge was not quick, but a soft, unfolding process that would continue to shape them in ways they could not yet fully understand. Their laughter echoed softly, mixing with the soft sounds of the world around them. In that moment, the garden felt alive, not just in its plants and animals, but also in the awakening minds of the first people who walked its paths, discovering, feeling, and learning in the quiet majesty of their own hearts. The garden was full of life and color, but there was a quiet tension that had gone unnoticed before. It had a subtle rhythm that changed with the thoughts and feelings of the people who walked its paths. Adam and Eve walked more slowly through the trees, as if the air itself was heavy with something that had just begun to show itself. They had a new awareness in their hearts that everything they did and thought could change the world around them in ways that were both clear and hidden. Curiosity, which had once been a simple pleasure, now stirred a more complicated feeling, a desire to understand and learn about the unknown, even when it made me hesitate and doubt. The tree in the middle of the garden, with its fruit that looked both tempting and mysterious, was a quiet symbol of this tension and a choice that needed to be made. Adam stopped under its branches and looked at the fruit with a mix of awe and fear. There was a soft but strong pull that called to a deeper part of himself that had not yet fully awakened. The tree didn't seem to talk. It seemed to be there, reflecting the wants and doubts that were starting to bubble up inside him. Eve, watching him, felt a similar pull, a soft push that knowledge could be within reach if she was willing to get closer and reach farther. But there was a quiet fear and a subtle question of what would happen if they chose to act and crossed the invisible line that had defined their innocence before. Temptation came quietly, almost without being noticed at first. There was no yelling or strong demand. Instead, there was a quiet, suggestive thought that seemed to blend in with the wind, the rustling leaves, and the sounds of life in the garden. It hinted at understanding, opened up new possibilities, and piqued their already strong interest. Doubt and desire mixed together, creating a fragile tension that Adam and Eve couldn't ignore. They saw the power of choice as both a gift and a challenge. They knew that freedom came with responsibility, and that being aware of this made the burden of decision-making even heavier. With each heartbeat, they felt heavier, because they knew that what they did next could change the course of their lives in ways they couldn't yet understand. Eve got closer to the tree and ran her fingers over the smooth surface of the fruit. For a moment, the garden seemed to hold its breath. She felt a rush of questions inside her, a conversation between her gut and her mind. The fruit itself wasn't scary, but its shape showed the possibility of danger, which was a sign of the internal struggle that had been growing inside her. Adam watched her and felt the same mix of curiosity and caution. They both knew that the moment of choice was upon them, not as a dramatic event, but as a quiet, unavoidable unfolding. The air felt full of excitement, and the soft light of the garden refracted through the leaves, making the weight of a choice that was both ordinary and deep even more clear. Even at this early stage, making decisions as a human was complicated. Adam looked at the garden around him, the rivers, the trees, the animals, and the calm flow of life that had kept them all alive. He felt drawn to understanding, to going beyond what he already knew, and to tasting the possibilities that lay hidden in the unknown. But he knew to be careful, to think about the possible consequences, and to be aware of the delicate balance between trust and desire. Eve felt the same internal tension and thought about the questions that had started to form in her mind. What does it cost to understand? How far can curiosity go without getting hurt? And is it possible to fully understand something without changing the world in the process? Their thoughts were mixed with feelings like fear, hope, and desire, as well as the soft whispers of the garden that seemed to echo what they were saying to themselves. The tension between innocence and awareness grew stronger as time went on. It was no longer an abstract choice. It was real, felt in the touch of fingertips on the smooth skin of the fruit, the quiet inhalation of breath, and the soft exchange of glances that showed both curiosity and doubt. They had become more aware of free will, which showed them how bittersweet it is to make choices. With the power to choose comes the chance to make mistakes, feel regret, and learn. And in this understanding, they felt the weight of all of humanity, the echo of struggles that would last for generations. Even in the peaceful garden, the threads of morality and consequence wove themselves into the quiet tapestry of thought, soft but strong. Temptation didn't just come from outside. It came from deep inside their own minds. The idea of knowing, understanding, and touching the world beyond what they could see right then and there drew them in. The fruit came to stand for potential, awakening, and the change from being a naive participant to being aware of and involved in the world. Doubt and desire whispered together, making a melody that was both beautiful and scary. They were starting to get that knowledge has two sides: the joy of finding out new things, and the unavoidable realization that knowing things brings with it responsibility, doubt, and sometimes sadness. Time itself seemed to bend around their thoughts in the soft light of the garden. As Adam and Eve stayed lost in thought, hours went by without them noticing. Each step and breath was full of awareness. The animals moved slowly around them, feeling a small change in energy. The rhythm of life changed to match the quiet intensity of the decision. There were soft whispers in the wind, and the sound of water over stones was a gentle background to their thoughts. Even the light seemed to stop, as if it were giving space for choice to happen. Every feeling and every detail became bigger, like the growing awareness in their minds, the rise of self-awareness and moral perception. Their fight was private, and quiet, but it was also universal. The conflict between desire and restraint, curiosity and caution, innocence and awareness, echoed in ways that went beyond the garden itself. It showed the eternal human condition, the difficulty of making choices when you don't know what will happen, the pull of temptation that promises to give you insight, and the internal dialogue that weighs the pros and cons of each choice. The story of Adam and Eve in the garden is not just about one moment. It is a timeless reflection of the quiet struggle that every person goes through when they have to make important decisions. They stood there, lost in thought, each aware of how hard it is to find the right balance between freedom and consequence. The fruit stayed in front of them, not demanding or threatening, but waiting, holding the possibility of understanding, change, and a shift from innocence to conscious awareness. Their hands hovered, their hearts raced with excitement, and the garden seemed to lean in, giving them no answer but the chance to choose. In that tense silence, the essence of being human began to show itself. The ability to think, to doubt, and finally, to act. The act of choosing, even if they didn't do it, had already started to change them. They felt like life had a new level of depth that it hadn't had before, as if just knowing that anything was possible had made the garden bigger. The wind made a softer sound, and the light and shadow on the leaves were different. The air seemed to be full of possibilities, both seen and unseen. Adam and Eve's internal conflict reflected the patterns of life, mirroring the decisions that would be made in many hearts and minds. The delicate balance of temptation, reflection, and moral understanding, which would continue to shape human experience with a gentle but powerful force. The sun made long, soft shadows on the fields where Cain and Abel worked, and they were both very careful with their work. Cain, who worked the land, felt the weight of his work in his hands. The rough texture of the earth kept him grounded in his work and his duty. Abel moved with a quiet grace as he took care of the flocks, watching the animals with a tenderness that seemed to come naturally to him. The garden, which used to be a place of innocence and discovery, was now full of the quiet tension of comparison. The brothers lived in the same place, breathed the same air, and saw the same light, but an invisible line had begun to divide them. This line was not made by the soil or the animals, but by the feelings that were stirring in their hearts. Cain looked at Abel's gifts with a quiet sense of unease. There was no fight or harsh words on the outside, but a storm was brewing inside of him. Abel's devotion and the way he easily approached the animals and gave them the best care made Cain look at himself in a way he wasn't ready to face. Why was his own work, which he did day after day, met with quiet dissatisfaction, while Abel's work was welcomed? The question seemed nice on the outside, but it was really deep, like a seed of jealousy planted in good soil. He worked the soil harder, digging deeper with his hands, as if the work itself could show how much he was worth, as if sweat could change the balance of favor in his favor. Abel didn't know that his brother was going through a storm, so he went about his day with simple happiness. He sang softly as he led his sheep. Each note floated up into the air and mixed with the sounds of water flowing and leaves rustling. He wasn't bragging or trying to beat anyone else. He was genuinely happy with the world around him and grateful for life itself. But in that honesty was the quiet friction that would turn into stress. Cain, who was watching from the edge of the field, felt the sting of recognition. He realized that success wasn't just about hard work, but also about how others saw him and how they accepted him, as well as the favor that seemed to smile on someone else while he worked without being recognized. At first, the rivalry was only a hint, but it started to grow in people's minds and in their quiet glances. Cain's mind kept going over and over the differences between what he gave and what he got, what he thought was fair and what he saw. Every thought made the seed of jealousy grow stronger, quietly feeding it in the dark corners of his heart. Abel's focus, dedication, and innate grace became not only a manifestation of virtue, but also an inadvertent reflection of Cain's internal discontent. And in that reflection, Cain found both desire and anger, a complicated mix of love and hate, happiness and sadness. As the day went on, the tension grew like a storm slowly building on the horizon. The air around Cain felt heavier, full of unspoken words of ego and pride, of wanting to be recognized and of wanting to be accepted. He felt the urge to do something, to fix what he saw as an imbalance, and to take charge of the invisible scales that measured worth. Abel was still full of care and gratitude, and he didn't notice the currents moving around him. His heart was open to the rhythms of life and free of comparison or calculation. This difference, which couldn't be seen but was very real to the soul, made a quiet drama that played out in the space between work and rest, light and dark. Even when the sun went down and the fields were bathed in a warm amber glow, the rivalry whispered inside Cain. He remembered the advice, the times he was taught and warned, but the weight of anger was heavier than any lesson. The underlying meaning of this tension started to come out slowly. That unchecked ego can make you forget to be grateful. That comparison can ruin happiness. And that resentment, even when you don't say anything, has a cost that goes deep into the heart and clouds the mind. Cain felt it in the way his chest tightened, the way his thoughts raced around, the way he was so aware of Abel's quiet grace and how it made him feel like he was trying harder. Abel easily made his way through the dusk, gathering his flocks and leading them to rest. He didn't know that a storm was brewing nearby. His heart was still open, and his mind was focused on the simple act of caring. But even though he was innocent, he could still feel the competition. There was a small change in the space they shared, an invisible tension that filled the air and hinted at choice and consequence. Cain felt it the most. The pull of action versus restraint, the urge to take charge of the imbalance he saw, and the fight inside him between reason and envy. Slowly, the night came and covered the fields in its soft darkness. Shadows stretched long and softly across the ground, mixing with the warmth that was still there from the day. Cain fought with thoughts that were hard to put into words and feelings that moved like the wind in this quiet place. He thought about how simple the gifts were, how much Abel had been favored, and how much it would cost him to keep his jealousy to himself. He knew, in a vague way, that resentment is a seed that can grow out of control, and that envy can change how you see things and make it hard to make a good decision. Still, the urge to act, to put himself above someone else, pulled at him strongly, whispering in the spaces between desire and conscience. Abel felt no danger, so he stayed calm and engaged with the world, taking care of the animals, listening to the soft sounds of the garden at night, and letting the quiet of the evening wash over him. He had no idea that there was a storm of ego and desire going on next to him, one that wanted to be resolved in a choice that would have effects beyond the fields and garden and long into the story of humanity. But in this contrast, the calm peace of honesty and the chaotic turmoil of anger, the story's hidden truth began to shine, that the human heart is a place where emotions, choices, and moral reflection mix, and where the price of envy and pride can change lives in ways that are both immediate and long-lasting. As the moon rose and bathed the fields in soft silver light, Cain's mind raced with all the options, regrets, and unspoken frustrations that had built up. He felt a growing weight, a pull to do something that seemed unavoidable, but also full of consequences. The garden, which was still full of life, seemed to watch in silence as the moral tension between brothers, choices, and the quiet call of conscience and the louder pull of ego grew. At this moment, the first human experience of rivalry, envy, and internal conflict became real. It was a soft but lasting reminder of how emotions can affect decisions, how pride can cloud judgment, and how sincerity can stay humble yet strong. The difference between Cain and Abel stayed the same as the night went on. It was a soft but clear lesson that was woven into the rhythm of their lives together. One moved peacefully, while the other fought with desire and reflection. The rustling leaves, the soft calls of animals settling down for the night, and the quiet shift of air over the fields all whispered a hidden meaning. That ego and envy, if not kept in check, have a subtle but lasting cost. That sincerity and humility can shine quietly, even when there is resentment, and that the first human struggle of choice and moral discernment happens in ways that echo far beyond the present moment, shaping not only actions, but the landscape of the heart itself. The world, still haunted by the echoes of past sadness, held a quiet promise that could be heard in the gentle sway of trees and the soft murmur of flowing streams. Life went on, even though it was full of regret and loss. It was as if the earth itself had taken a deep, slow breath and was ready to go on. Seth entered this space of renewal quietly, with a presence that was both gentle and strong. He was a symbol of a hope that had not yet fully come to pass, but was already pulsing through the veins of the human story. He was born into a world where actions had consequences, but he also had the quiet gift of promise, which showed that life could still find its rhythm, balance, and grace even after it was broken. During Seth's first days, those who had loved and learned before him gently guided him. He walked through the fields, listening to the wind in the trees and the quiet babble of the streams. He felt the lessons that were hidden in every small movement of the world around him. He didn't feel like he had to hurry. He just walked slowly, letting his awareness, understanding, and strength grow. In the soft morning light, every moment seemed to remind him, and those who watched him, that life goes on, that sadness can be turned into strength, and that hope can grow quietly but steadily, even when people make mistakes. As Seth got older, he paid close attention to the lives of the people around him. He saw how people could fail, how even the best intentions could be clouded by sadness and regret. But in these observations, he saw the threads of restoration, a kind word, a gesture of care, or even just taking care of the earth or the flock. Even though these actions were small, they were signs of divine balance and proof that the human heart, when guided by awareness and empathy, could rebuild what had been lost, replant the seeds of connection, and nurture the fragile but lasting spark of hope. The garden and fields around Seth seemed to react to him being there. The wind whispered soft encouragement as he walked. The trees rustled as if to say hello. And the animals, used to being cared for and paying attention, moved slowly in front of him. There was a rhythm to life that echoed the quiet strength growing inside him. He felt that even in a world full of mistakes, balance could be restored, not by making big promises, but by taking steady, kind action. Seth's steps were like people, careful, aware, and full of potential. They moved forward while remembering the past, laying the groundwork for a future that could grow quietly and steadily. Seth would often stop by a stream or under a tree in the early morning light to feel the flow of water or the rustle of leaves and learn from them in a quiet way. He knew without thinking that restoration doesn't happen all at once, that resilience grows through repeated, gentle efforts, and that balance, even though it can be hard to maintain, is possible with intention and care. He took care of the land by planting seeds and watching them grow. He thought about how life responded to care and attention, and he thought about the bigger picture that seemed to govern all living things. Even in its simplicity, there was a deep meaning that life can recover and thrive if you take the time to care for it. Seth's presence also taught the people who lived with him some important things. He made people think deeply, rethink their values and priorities, and realize that loss isn't the only thing that shapes history. People also have to work hard to rebuild and restore. His example spoke of resilience, the strength to keep going when things get tough, the wisdom to remember the past without letting it take over your life, and the ability to be careful and thoughtful, even when things seem shaky. These lessons, which are often hard to see at the time, set the stage for future generations. They created a base on which hope and renewal could grow in both obvious and hidden ways. Seth stayed in touch with the cycles of life as the seasons changed. He saw how fragile the balance was between growth and decay, effort and reward, loss and recovery. He saw the trees lose their leaves in the fall and the soft buds that would come back in the spring. He saw these patterns as a sign of how strong people are. Every day brought the quiet message that setbacks are a normal part of life, that endings are often just beginnings in disguise, and that planting seeds, both real and symbolic, can create a continuity of life that honors what we've learned in the past and what we can do in the future. Seth's awareness of these patterns affected not only what he did, but also how he saw the connections between people and nature, choice and consequence, and sadness and hope. Seth felt the divine balance that ran through all of life, even as he worked the fields and took care of the land. Every choice to care for someone, every act of kindness and attention, felt in line with a deeper moral order. This order suggested that even though human history is full of scars and mistakes, it also has the potential for healing and growth. His life slowly unfolded, showing that this is true. Patience, mindfulness, and kind actions can fix what has been broken, grow what has been neglected, and keep the quiet, lasting spark of hope alive in the hearts of all people. Seth's story had a deeper rhythm. Even though its movements and gestures were simple, he was a living example of the promise that life goes on, that new beginnings can grow even in a world full of sadness, and that people can bring back peace over time if they are aware of their choices and feel empathy for others. The fields he worked on, the trees he planted, and the gentle care he gave to nature became symbols of how balance is slowly restored in human history. They reminded everyone who saw him that every small act matters, every gesture adds to the pattern of life, and every moment is a chance to build resilience and hope. Seth's quiet evenings by the streams or under the trees were soft, like the possibilities in his life. The stars above twinkled softly, as if to say that he was becoming more aware and that his purpose was slowly becoming clear. He started to realize that hope isn't something you shout about. It's something you build up over time by paying attention, being kind, and consistently caring for both the earth and the human spirit. Every little decision and act of care became a thread in the tapestry of restoration, quietly but permanently connecting lessons from the past with possibilities for the future. Even though the world is still full of human problems, Seth's life shone with a quiet light, a sign that renewal is possible. He went about his days knowing that the seeds of hope he planted now through care, compassion, and being present could change the lives of those who came after him. His strength wasn't loud or flashy. It was deep and drew strength from both the lessons he learned from the past and the opportunities he saw in the future. In this way, Seth became a living proof of the deeper meanings of life, that loss leads to restoration, that balance can be restored, and that even in the most mundane, quiet acts, there is always the chance for renewal. Noah walked quietly through the fields, the soft crunch of the soil under his feet, keeping him grounded as he thought about what he had to do. The storm hadn't hit yet, but he could feel its weight in his mind and heart. It was an unseen tension that pressed on him. He had been given a purpose that was beyond his understanding, a mission that required trust and patience, which pushed the limits of his human willpower. Even when things were quiet, he could feel the subtle tremors of divine timing and the invisible orchestration of events that needed his unwavering faith. He felt like every choice and every action he took was both huge and personal, as if the rhythm of life depended on him being aware and following the rules. Noah slowly raised the ark, which was a huge vessel of hope and safety. Each plank, beam, and careful measure held not only the weight of the building, but also the weight of responsibility. Noah's heart was full of awe, fear, and determination. He knew that the flood would change the world, and that the waters would sweep across the land, taking with them not only the old, but also the patterns of life that were familiar to him. But there was a strange comfort in knowing this, that even in destruction, there was a purpose, that endings can also be beginnings, that cleansing can come before renewal, and that patience and faith often comes before the most profound changes. Noah's feelings were complicated and deep. There were times when he felt alone, like the weight of clouds before a storm made his task seem even bigger. He felt the quiet ache of being alone in these moments, like he was different from others who couldn't yet understand how much was needed. But at the same time, these moments were also very clear. He walked through the ark spaces and thought about the creatures that would soon live there. He thought about how he would protect every living thing that was put in his care. He felt the delicate balance between human effort and divine guidance with every step. It was a rhythm that told him to work hard and trust that there was a higher plan. Noah's thoughts became more intense as the skies grew darker and the wind whispered through the trees. He thought about the generations that had come before him, the choices people had made that had led to corruption and imbalance, and the duty that was now his. It was a heavy awareness, but it was made easier by the fact that he knew he had been chosen, not just for his strength, but also for his faith, his ability to endure, and his willingness to trust in timing that he couldn't understand. Every moment of getting ready, every measurement, every nail, and every hit of the hammer became a meditative act that quietly strengthened my sense of purpose and devotion. The animals came in pairs, and as they entered the ark, they moved with a sense of instinct and calm. Noah watched their movements with gentle attention, noting the patterns of behavior, the quiet trust that creatures had in him, and the strange way that life seemed to respond to his care. He saw a reflection of divine balance in each animal's eyes, fragile, long-lasting, and needing both protection and patience. His heart swelled with empathy, and he began to understand that renewal requires not only getting rid of corruption, but also carefully keeping what is good and life-giving. Noah felt both relieved and excited as the first drops of rain fell. At first, the sound of water hitting the ground was soft, but it soon turned into a rhythmic chorus, which meant that the cleansing was going on. He watched the landscape change with calm respect, knowing that the flood was both destructive and helpful. Nature, in all its vastness, followed a plan that people could not change, but every wave and ripple seemed to confirm the promise of renewal. Noah's thoughts drifted to the future, where he saw a world that had been reborn, free of imbalance and full of possibilities for new life, growth, and a fresh start for all living things. The days inside the ark went by, each one full of the delicate balance of care and hope. Noah took care of the animals, making sure they had food, water, and safety. He also kept his own spirits up by praying and thinking quietly. The outside world became a tapestry of water and wind, a huge space that tested strength and patience. But inside the ark, life went on at its own steady pace, a small world of balance, safety, and renewal. Noah became more aware of this holy duty, and he felt the quiet satisfaction of being in line with a divine plan, where even the smallest actions help to keep life going and make tomorrow possible. Noah had a hard time being alone, but it gave him time to think about the deeper meaning of his journey. He knew that trust wasn't something that just happened. It was something that needed to be worked on and believed in all the time. To keep hope alive in the face of overwhelming odds, to care for life in the face of uncertainty, and to stay true to your goals were all lessons learned through daily tasks. He knew that both the earth and the human spirit needed to be cleansed through surrender and hard work. He also knew that starting over often requires patience and endurance, and that faith is a living practice that grows through being quietly aware of both divine guidance and immediate responsibility. Noah moved with calm determination, even as the waters rose and the outside world changed into a huge, reflective space. The animals were calm in their pens, the ark floated steadily, and he went about his day with a quiet sense of purpose and timing. Every moment had the weight of possibility, a quiet reminder that life could go on after the flood, that there was hope beyond the water, and that trust, even when you're alone and unsure, was a strong force shaping the future. He watched the light and shadow play on the waves, the gentle rhythm of the water lapping against the ark, and felt a deep connection to the ongoing process of life, cleansing, and change. Noah's faith wasn't loud or showy. It was steady, like the world around him's slow pulse. He knew that the flood was more than just a punishment. It was a necessary reset, a time when the old gave way to the new, when creation followed cleansing, and when human responsibility met divine guidance. He thought about how these forces worked together in perfect harmony during the quiet times. He could feel the subtle currents of purpose that ran through every drop of water, every gust of wind, and every heartbeat inside the ark. Every day, every task, and every observation made me believe even more that renewal needs both giving up and getting involved, being patient and taking action, being alone and being understanding. Noah kept taking care of things inside the ark, trusting that the world outside would take care of itself. The flood took away the old ways of life, moving over the land with a quiet sense of inevitability. But inside the ark, life went on, cared for by careful hands and unshakable faith. He went through each day with awareness, knowing that purification is not just an act of destruction, but also a gentle way to get ready for renewal. He also knew that being alone can help you see things more clearly, and that trusting in divine timing lets change happen with both grace and patience. During these times, Noah became a living symbol of hope, endurance, and the fragile but deep relationship between human responsibility and the guiding hand of something greater that is quietly shaping the course of life toward restoration. When the floodwaters started to go down, the world became very quiet. The skies that used to be stormy became calm, the winds died down, and the landscape, though changed, held the promise of new life. Noah stepped out of the ark and onto solid ground. He felt the texture of the soil under his feet in a way he had never felt before. Every step felt heavy with the weight of survival and the quiet, unspoken promise that the earth had been cleaned and was ready to welcome the slow unfolding of new beginnings. The animals followed, being careful but strong. They moved on to new land with a natural sense of renewal and the belief that everything would be provided for them in this new world. The sky above them started to change in soft layers of color, with a soft spectrum stretching across the horizon. The rainbow slowly appeared, a quiet, subtle curve of light that didn't need any attention but drew in everyone who stopped to look at it. Noah looked up and felt a calm swell in his heart, a feeling that seemed to be both relief and awe. The rainbow, soft but strong, became a sign that the bad things that had happened in the past would not shape the future. Noah felt the hidden meaning of God's patience, mercy, and the delicate balance of justice and care that is woven into the world when he was alone. The promise in the rainbow felt both personal and big. It spoke of forgiveness, of mistakes that were known but not allowed to take over the story of life. Noah thought about the lives he had seen lost, the pain he had felt, and the lessons that had been learned by people all over the world. He knew that mercy was not a simple gift, but a deep sign of strength and hope. The rainbow, which gently arched across the sky, was more than just a colorful display. It was a sign that the world, even though it wasn't perfect, had been given another chance to heal and grow. As days turned into weeks, the rainbow became a quiet friend, showing up now and then when it was both raining and sunny, reminding Noah and those around him that there is hope and divine protection, even when life is uncertain. He would stop and look at the gentle curve against the sky, feeling a sense of peace that came from knowing that there was a deeper order that people couldn't understand. It was during these breaks that the hidden meaning came out fully, that hope can grow even after being judged, that forgiveness lets life breathe freely again, and that the world's lasting beauty can come from the hardest times. Noah's family also started to understand how important this symbol was. Young kids who were curious would point to the rainbow with awe, their eyes reflecting the soft light as they tried to figure out the world around them. Adults, who had lived and learned a lot, saw the rainbow as a gentle reminder that their hard work and survival were recognized, that life was fragile but could be met with care and protection, and that the future, even though it was uncertain, held the seeds of possibility. The rainbow turned into a daily meditation for me, a reminder that mercy and hope are not just ideas, but real things that everyone can see and experience if they take the time to do so. The rainbow had more meaning than just being a pretty sight. It stood for a promise, a quiet conversation between God and people, where trust and assurance came together. Noah thought about the lessons in this quiet covenant, that judgment is necessary but should be tempered with care, that destruction can lead to restoration, and that the cycle of life, with its challenges and new beginnings, is guided by a principle of balance and mercy. Every time the rainbow appeared, it reinforced these lessons, giving Noah and the people around him a clear understanding that life is both fragile and long-lasting, fleeting and lasting, shaped by choices and guided by grace. The rainbow's effect was still there, even in the quiet of early mornings, when the mist hung low over the fields and the dew reflected the first light. Noah felt a quiet warmth in his chest, a gentle reminder that every kind act, every careful choice, and every moment of attention are all part of the ongoing rhythm of life. The animals, grazing in the soft light, moved with a calmness that seemed to match this understanding, as if the world itself had taken in the covenant and responded with peace. The rainbow didn't make a lot of noise or demand anything, but it said a lot in the language of light and presence. It made people think and created a quiet peace that touched the human spirit deeply. As time went on, Noah started to see how mercy and responsibility worked together in a subtle way. The rainbow was more than just a sign of safety. It was also a reminder of the fragile balance that keeps life going. It encouraged people to pay attention to the cycles of nature, take care of each other, and be aware of the choices that affect both their own and the group's future. Noah saw the reflection of divine patience in the arc of color across the sky. He understood that people can make mistakes, but there is always room for healing, that mistakes have consequences, but forgiveness is built into the very fabric of existence, and that trust, built up over time, can help guide life through storms, toward moments of beauty and comfort. Even when storms came back to the land, with heavy rain and winds blowing, the rainbow would show up from time to time, making the tension of not knowing less. Noah watched these moments with a calm mind, knowing that tests and problems are a part of life, but the promise of safety and hope is always there. The hidden meaning became clearer and clearer, that hope is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of assurance and care, that mercy is a quiet force-shaping experience, and that renewal emerges when life is met with trust, patience, and attentive nurturing. Noah started to tell his family about these thoughts, speaking softly about the rainbow and what it stood for in the covenant. He told them to pay attention to the small signs that life goes on, like the quiet times when forgiveness and care meet everyday life. They learned to stop, watch, and take in the calm certainty that, even though things are hard, the world has a soft promise of renewal. The rainbow became a teacher, not through loud words, but through the quiet language of watching, waiting, and thinking. The rainbow stayed a quiet friend in the minds of Noah and his family, even as the seasons changed and the land changed with the sun, rain, and wind. It reminded them that mercy lasts, that hope can live with memories of the past, and that protection isn't always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet and subtle, like the way life itself unfolds. Every time I looked up, it was like a moment of meditation, a gentle alignment with the world's rhythm, and a reminder that life goes on with grace, care, and hope, even when it is hard and judgmental. The soft colors of the rainbow across the sky were more than just pretty. They were a hidden language of comfort, a quiet promise that spoke to the enduring spirit of humanity. Noah could feel this language in every soft curve, every small reflection on the water below, and every breeze that blew across the land. It became a way for him to see the world, a way to understand the balance of life, and a reminder that even after going through terrible things, there is always the chance of mercy, hope, and renewal. These things quietly shape the lives of those who are willing to see, trust, and care. People came together with full hearts and minds, full of ideas at a time when the world seemed big, but also strangely close. There was a quiet but strong desire inside them to reach for the heavens and build something huge that would show the world they were there. The land was busy with activity as men and women worked together, carefully shaping bricks, raising beams, and making tools. Even though each action was useful, it was also driven by a bigger goal, a desire to reach the infinite and leave a mark that would last for generations. The tower's grand and soaring vision showed more than skill. It showed the restless human spirit, which seeks recognition, permanence, and maybe even a subtle claim to knowing what lies beyond the sky. But even though everyone was excited about the building, there were small tensions that crept into everyday life. Conversations that used to be easy and pleasant started to have hints of competition and comparison. Some voices got louder, pushing their ideas with such force that they brushed against other people's points of view. Ambition, a strong motivator, started to show its dark side. Pride. It was a quiet, creeping presence, like the wind that moves through tall grass without being seen, shaping thoughts and actions without being noticed right away. People, who were all working toward the same goal, were slowly learning the delicate balance between ambition and humility. This lesson was whispered softly but firmly through the events that were happening. As the tower got taller and reached the clouds that floated lazily across the sky, the work itself became a reflection of the human mind. There was a rhythm to work and a harmony to working together, but there were also limits that couldn't be avoided. No matter how much skill, energy, or creativity went into the project, the vastness of the heavens reminded everyone who worked on it that there is a limit to what people can do. This is a limit that shouldn't make you feel hopeless, but should make you aware that dreams can inspire you, but humility must temper your desire. The story taking place in the village below the tall building was all about this delicate balance, which was very important but not obvious. Language became a way to connect and set people apart in the middle of this group effort. At first, words flowed freely, bringing instructions, encouragement, and laughter. They brought people together and set the pace for work. But as pride and purpose grew stronger, the way people talked to each other started to change. Simple words became full of tension. Directions were misread, and working together became harder because of the subtle weight of ambition. It was as if the very act of pushing too hard had started to break up the unity that had made such progress possible. And yet, in this falling apart, there was a lesson. That having different languages, ways of thinking, and cultures can be confusing, but it can also be rich, deep, and full of possibilities. The sky above, calm and unchanging, watched the drama unfold with a steady gaze. The clouds moved in soft, planned patterns, the wind whispered between buildings and walls, and the sun cast long, soft shadows over the hands that were working below. In these quiet observations, there was an acknowledgement of limits and of divine balance, a subtle encouragement for people to understand both the power and the limits of what they do. The tower, which was grand and ambitious, became a canvas for the lessons of humility and patience, which were painted in soft but clear strokes. When confusion finally came, it didn't happen all at once. It happened slowly. Words that used to be clear now didn't make sense. Instructions got fuzzy, and it was harder to figure out what people meant. The workers, who used to get along, started to misunderstand each other, and the threads of understanding started to come apart in small, almost unnoticeable ways. Even in this quiet chaos, though, there was beauty. The diversity of language and perspective showed itself to be a hidden treasure, reminding everyone who took a moment to notice that the world's vibrancy comes not from sameness, but from variety, from the interaction of voices, ideas, and expressions. This lesson, which was both delicate and deep, happened quietly as the tower rose, and as people reached the gentle limits of their ambition. During the work, people thought about it in their own heads, feeling the mix of pride, frustration, and awe that comes with hard work. Some people wondered if it was really necessary to reach the heavens, or if just trying to do so was already important. Some people were happy to work together, be creative, and see how smart people can change the world. Others felt the gentle guidance of forces outside of themselves, telling them that balance is what makes creation beautiful, that humility makes ambition stronger, and that the most lasting contributions come from knowing both potential and limitation. As the structure grew taller and taller, it was clear that the project was more than just bricks and mortar. It became a mirror of the human condition. The desire to make a mark, the difficulty of working together, the lessons that come with pride, and the quiet realization that life's richness comes not from individual success, but from shared effort and understanding. At first, the different voices were a little confusing, but over time they showed the hidden beauty of culture, expression, and thought. They showed that differences, when accepted, make the human story deeper and more interesting. When the time came for human speech to change in a gentle way, ending seamless communication, there was no chaos or despair. Instead, there was a soft adjustment and a realignment with the subtle wisdom that diversity brings. People now spoke in different languages, each with its own cadence, rhythm, and tone. The tower, while still beautiful, became a lesson in humility. It taught that ambition should respect limits when it is guided by awareness, and that working together works best when everyone accepts the value of different points of view. Noah's descendants, who are now spread out but still very close because they all built something together, carried on the quiet knowledge that language and culture are both bridges and treasures that can connect hearts even when things get confusing. After the tower's quiet lesson, people started to see the hidden patterns of understanding and living together in the gentle rhythm of everyday life. They learned how to deal with differences with patience, how to respect the many voices around them, and how to find harmony in diversity. Each community learned that culture, while different, is part of a larger human fabric made up of shared experiences, hopes, and the subtle guidance of lessons passed down from one generation to the next. The story of the tower, which was both a great achievement and a great loss, served as a quiet reminder that the balance between ambition, humility, and diversity has deep meaning that still echoes through time. The memory of the tower stayed with the village, even in the soft light of evening, when everyone was quiet and shadows stretched long across the ground. It taught them as much by being there as by not being there. Pride and ambition, when tempered by experience and thought, left a soft mark on people's hearts. Confusion, which used to be a problem, is now a quiet teacher that encourages creativity, empathy, and understanding. And in the quiet, the hidden beauty of language and culture shone through, showing that our limitations are not barriers, but invitations to respect, learn, adapt, and see the world in all its complex, beautiful ways. Abraham stood at the door of his familiar home, feeling the weight of anticipation pressing down on him. He would soon leave behind the world he knew, the rhythms of daily life, the comfort of home and family, and the sounds and smells of his village. But even though he was unsure, there was a quiet resonance in his heart, a soft call that drew him towards something bigger than what he was used to. He felt the pull of fate, not in the form of loud calls, but as a soft whisper, a quiet invitation to trust and be open to the unknown. Every heartbeat seemed to echo the beat of a journey that had not yet begun, a path that promised both difficulty and deep growth. As Abraham packed up his things in the morning, the air was a mix of clarity and sadness. Each item held the comfort of his past life, but now they were tools for a journey. He stopped for a moment to feel the familiar shape of the ground under his feet and take in the silent support of the land he had known. Then, he looked out at the horizon. The road ahead was unclear, hidden by the soft haze of distance, but it was lit up by the inner light of faith, which was a guiding presence that whispered comfort in the face of doubt. Abraham's feelings were all over the place, fear and hope mixed together. Grief and anticipation danced together. But through it all, he felt a steady, calming certainty that he was being led toward a greater purpose. With each step, he meditated on courage and trust, slowly building them up. The warm sun on his skin and the soft rustle of leaves in the morning breeze made a rhythm that matched the quiet beat of his determination. Thoughts of family and the comfort of home came to mind, along with images of the unknown landscapes ahead, where every choice had both risk and potential. Abraham's heart, though human and soft, learned the subtle lessons of patience and giving up. He realized that faith is not just a statement, but a way of life that is nurtured through every careful step, every breath, and every moment of being open to guidance. As he walked, Abraham thought about the idea of calling, which is the quiet but persistent push that shapes lives in ways that aren't always clear. He thought about his ancestors, whose lives were full of routines, familiarity, and survival. But they were also shaped by dreams, hopes, and divine whispers that changed their destinies in ways that were not obvious. His own journey was not just a trip across space. It was also a journey into a deeper understanding of trust, courage, and being in line with something bigger than the immediate future. Every choice, from where to put his foot to which way to go, was filled with mindfulness, a gentle reminder that faith requires both action and surrender, both listening and moving. As Abraham walked through valleys and hills, he had times of doubt, quiet shadows that made him question how brave he really was. He wondered if it was smart to leave what he knew behind and go into the unknown, and if the path ahead would bear fruit or lead to trouble. But during these moments of reflection, he felt a small warmth of reassurance, a gentle reminder that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward anyway. Every obstacle on the way became a quiet teacher, showing me how to be strong, patient, and trust that life is going in the right direction, even when I can't see the end. He also met people and things along the way, and each interaction gave him a new perspective and a sense of connection. People who were traveling, both merchants and wanderers, passed by, each with their own stories to tell. In these brief meetings, Abraham saw how different people's lives were, how many different ways people deal with uncertainty, and how hope and determination are a universal language that goes beyond culture and circumstance. He watched the small rhythms of nature, the steady flow of rivers, the sway of tall grasses, and the distant calls of birds. Each one reminded him that life goes on in its own steady way, slowly changing, adapting, and unfolding. These natural patterns were like the slow, steady rhythm of his own journey, which reminded him that patience, attention, and trust are important on any path guided by faith. As the days went by, Abraham's thoughts became more profound. He thought about what it meant to be obedient, not just to do what he was told, but to follow a calling that he felt deeply in his heart. He understood that bravery doesn't just mean doing big things or being a hero. It can also mean making small, careful choices and being aware of what's going on around you. Every step forward and every choice to trust the unseen became an expression of inner faith. It was a soft but strong gesture that showed that giving up control and committing to a vision are connected to being strong and clear. The nights taught them things too. As the cool darkness covered the path and the stars twinkled faintly above, Abraham would sit still and feel the ground beneath him, the soft wind on his face, and the faint hum of life going on even when there were no people around. The sky was huge and endless, and it made people think and look inside themselves. In the stillness of night, Abraham felt the deepness of the journey he had taken. It wasn't just moving through space, it was also moving his heart, spirit, and mind toward understanding, trust, and a deeper connection with God. Each star became a gentle sign of guidance, a quiet reminder that even when things are unclear, light continues to shine, softly but steadily. As time went on, the inner dialogue became quieter and more in tune with small waves of inspiration and intuition. Abraham saw how moments of stillness made things clearer. He could see the deeper flow of his path by listening to his own heartbeat, the rhythm of his steps, and the whispers of nature. He understood that courage and faith are linked, and that real bravery comes from trust, patience, and gently recognizing one's weaknesses. The journey wasn't just a physical act of leaving home. It was also a slow unfolding of the self, a quiet immersion in lessons that can only be seen when you look at them with calm attention and an open heart. Abraham would sometimes look back at the village he had left behind, a soft ache in his chest that was a mix of longing, respect, and recognition of the life he had known. Still, the pull forward toward unknown lands and untold possibilities was stronger, a quiet, persistent invitation to trust, explore, and get involved with the life that was happening in front of him. Even though the road wasn't marked, it had a sacred rhythm to it. Each step brought him closer to the inner calling that had begun to shape his life. Even tiredness and doubt became friends, building strength, awareness, and faith through lived experience. Abraham thought about the journey's hidden meanings as he walked under the moving sun. Leaving home was more than just a physical act. It was a symbol of bravery, a lesson in faith, and a way to hear the voice inside that guides you beyond what you can see or understand right away. To trust the divine plan, you had to be patient, pay attention, and be humble. But it also brought joy, wonder, and the quiet pleasure of stepping into the unknown. Every day, every moment, and every quiet realization added to the last, creating a layered understanding that faith is both an inward journey and an outward path, a gentle balance of courage and surrender, human effort, and divine guidance. Abraham walked steadily and softly through valleys, across streams, and over gentle hills, always aware of how important the journey was. He had with him not only food and knowledge of the physical world, but also the hidden treasures of insight, trust, and alignment with a calling that went beyond what he could understand at the time. The road itself became a living teacher, a quiet, immersive reflection of the hidden layers of faith, courage, and human resilience. It guided him onward with subtle encouragement, a steady rhythm, and a gentle, unspoken affirmation of the journey toward destiny and purpose. The morning air was calm and soft, and it felt like a heavy weight on Abraham's heart as he and Isaac began to climb the far-off hill. Every step felt harder than the one before it, not just because of how hard it was to walk, but also because of the unspoken tension between father and son. Isaac walked next to his father with a mix of curiosity and obedience, trusting him and not knowing what was coming next. He held the simple bundles for the journey in his small hands and followed the path with his eyes. He looked innocent, which was very different from the heavy, silent anticipation that Abraham felt in his chest. The sun rose slowly, casting soft colors across the land. Its light lit up the path in a soft glow that seemed to calm fear, doubt, and anticipation. Abraham's mind was a quiet storm of prayer and thought. Every step up felt like a meditation, a steady rhythm that kept him connected to both the present and the promise that had brought him here. There was love in every look at Isaac, but there was also tension because of what he had to do, and a tender awareness of how much was at stake for both of them. The act of obedience went beyond trust, surrender, and faith, teaching small lessons about the limits of human understanding and the quiet strength of following guidance that goes beyond what we can see right now. Every rock they stepped on and every bird that called from the trees around them seemed to remind them of how fragile life is and how important it is to be devoted. Isaac didn't know exactly what kind of test he would have to take, but he could feel the weight of the day in softer, less obvious ways. He saw how his father's movements were steady, with only a few pauses to shift his burdens or look at the horizon. He also saw the slight tremor in Abraham's hand that showed how tense he was trying to hide. Even when they are innocent, kids are often more aware of small things than adults are. Isaac felt a gentle sense of gravity and expectation, knowing that the day would change him in ways he couldn't yet understand. This awareness had a beauty to it, a hidden depth that came from trust, obedience, and the tender bond between parent and child. It ran through the journey like a soft, unbreakable cord. As they climbed to the top, the land opened up around them in soft, sweeping views, with the earth stretching toward distant horizons in shades of green, brown, and muted gold. Abraham stopped for a moment to take in the quiet beauty of creation. He let the calmness of the scene settle on his mind and heart for a short time. The act in front of him, which was full of meaning, was made easier by the knowledge that everything is connected and that there is a sacred rhythm that flows through both the human heart and the natural world. In the quiet, Abraham had a moment of clarity. Surrender is not giving up, but a measured trust in the guidance and timing of a plan that is bigger than him, one that combines compassion, patience, and ultimate wisdom. Abraham felt each movement charged with deliberate care as he set up the altar. It was a soft ritual that required both strength and gentleness. The stones were carefully placed so that they reflected the morning sun. Each surface had a quiet, reflective shine. Isaac, who was curious and obedient, watched carefully. His heart opened to the moment's rhythms, and his trust in his father was complete. There was a low, almost imperceptible hum of emotion in the air because of the conflict between duty and love. In this place where human action and divine guidance met, every detail had meaning. The way the stones were placed, the wood was gathered, and the movements were carefully coordinated. All had deeper meanings that went beyond the present moment. It was a moving meditation that spoke to the deepest parts of surrender and trust. For a moment, Abraham and Isaac's eyes met, and they exchanged a lot more than words could say. A look that said a lot about love, fear, hope, and faith, all mixed together, showed a deep connection and understanding. Isaac, feeling the weight of the presence, looked back with trust, not fully understanding the full scope of the moment, but sensing the tenderness and purpose within it. In this quiet conversation, the act of surrender, which was both subtle and powerful, revealed the hidden message of faith, that trust requires courage, that love and obedience are linked, and that following guidance beyond oneself is both difficult and deeply comforting. As Abraham raised his hand to do the deed, the hill became quiet, and the air seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. The silence was thick but soft, as if the world itself knew how serious the situation was, with the delicate balance between human choice and divine guidance. In quiet attention, every heartbeat and every movement was magnified, teaching the subtle rhythm of surrender. This means that trust is not passive, that courage is measured in quiet action, and that divine guidance often asks for the gentle release of control, so that a higher plan can come to life through human willingness and devotion. The voice that spoke then, calm and steady, changed the tension all of a sudden. It had a soft, almost imperceptible sound that was unmistakably authoritative and reassuring to those who were listening. Abraham stopped for a moment, feeling the weight of the test lift in the smallest of ways, replaced by clarity, affirmation, and quiet relief. The lesson was over. Faith needs the courage to act in line with trust. Surrender is not loss but freedom, and divine guidance, even when it is hidden, always seeks life, preservation, and purpose. The wood, the stones, and the gentle hills around them all showed how trust and obedience grew, as well as the deep, quiet connection between human hearts and the divine presence. Isaac looked up with innocent curiosity and felt his father's hands on his head and heard his father's soft, comforting voice. The tension that had been there all morning disappeared, and I became aware of how fragile life is and how the unseen forces that shape it. Every movement, breath, and step of faith now had the mark of lessons softly but permanently carved into the heart. Abraham, feeling both relief and love, realized that surrender and trust are gifts, that obedience grows through quiet thought and careful action, and that when the heart is open and willing, it becomes a channel for divine guidance to flow freely. The bond between father and son grew stronger as they walked down the hill together. The journey they took together, the closeness of tension and trust, and the subtle revelation of hidden truths all helped to strengthen their bond. The air was calm, the ground was soft under their feet, and the world seemed to be full of a quiet grace, as if creation itself had seen faith and obedience grow. The sun in the morning made long shadows on the ground, lighting up not only the landscape, but also the inner shapes of courage, surrender, and alignment with purpose. Each step took them deeper into understanding, proving that trust, even when it's tested, builds resilience, compassion, and deep connections. The day's hidden meanings were felt in every small gesture, look, and measured breath. Abraham came to understand that faith is not a one-time thing, but a series of trusting, giving up, and being aware. Courage is not the lack of doubt, but the readiness to act in spite of it. and divine guidance, which is always gentle but never stops, moves quietly through moments of obedience, shaping hearts and paths with care that is both visible and invisible. The journey was hard, but it showed how deeply human willingness and the subtle flow of higher purpose are connected. It left a lasting impression on both father and son as they continued along the winding path. Jacob lay under the quiet night sky, with the soft sound of the wind moving through the branches above him, bringing with it the smell of earth, leaves, and flowers far away. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen that it couldn't see. His body lay on the cool ground, but his mind wandered far beyond the earth's surface, into the space between waking thought and dreams. The stars above twinkled softly, like little lamps hanging in the dark sky. Each one seemed to hold secrets that were too big for people to understand. Jacob felt a soft stirring inside him in this stillness. He had a feeling that the ordinary and the divine might meet somewhere beyond sight and sound, a quiet possibility that made him feel a tender, unspoken anticipation. As he started to fall asleep, a vision appeared in the soft haze between waking and dreaming. He saw a ladder that went from the ground, where his body lay, to the sky. The steps were bright and fragile, as if they were made of the light of the stars. Angels moved quietly along its rungs, their presence calm and not demanding or imposing. They had a soft rhythm that matched the beat of Jacob's own heart. Each movement was slow, measured, and purposeful, and it carried with it the quiet hum of the universe, a sound that seemed to flow between heaven and earth, between human effort and divine purpose. Jacob watched in silence, feeling both awe and a sense of familiarity, as if this bridge had always been there in the back of his mind, waiting to be recognized. The ladder seemed to be alive, with a soft breathing of energy that linked everything that could be seen with everything that could only be felt. Jacob felt that each step was more than just a step. It was a door that invited him to rise not only in space but also in understanding. The vision was a delicate balance between the physical world, which was made up of soil, trees, and stone, and the worlds of light, purpose, and unseen presence. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been woven to connect the human and the divine, the soul's desire and the whispers of eternity. At that moment, Jacob understood the deeper meaning of aspiration, that spiritual awakening doesn't happen all at once or with a bang, but rather slowly, through careful attention and a willingness to see what is beyond what is normal. Jacob saw that the angels sent messages not with words, but with their presence, gestures, and the way energy flowed between them. As the vision got stronger, they moved up and down in a rhythm of giving and receiving, which reminded him that God works in harmony with people, not forcing or abandoning them, but quietly guiding them. The ladder was no longer just a way to get somewhere. It was a bridge that asked for patience, humility, and trust. Jacob's chest felt like it was getting bigger, with an understanding that was too big for words, that the desire to reach a higher state of consciousness is reflected in everyday life through the small choices and quiet actions that shape character, perception, and the way one's inner world aligns with the greater rhythm of existence. The dreamlike quality of the scene made everything feel more real. Jacob could feel the cool ground beneath him, the soft brush of leaves, and the gentle sway of the trees above as parts of the vision that was happening. The ladder didn't exist on its own. It seemed to get its strength from the physical world, which reminded him that spiritual awakening is not a way to escape reality, but a way to fully experience it. Even the smallest things, a pebble, a blade of grass, A sound in the distance became important, showing how all life is connected and how God's presence shows up in everyday life in small ways. Jacob's heart knew a deep truth, that the divine is woven into the fabric of the physical world, a quiet harmony that can be felt when you are calm, open, and patient. Jacob's understanding began to stretch and soften as the angels continued to rise and fall. Thoughts of worries, fears, and doubts that came up every day began to fade away, and a sense of calmness and openness took their place. The latter didn't just let him watch, it also let him feel the spiritual flow and realize that awakening is a journey that never ends. He understood that wanting something beyond the physical world doesn't require big gestures or dramatic actions. Instead, it requires paying attention to small signs, being patient, and being open to becoming aware of something bigger than oneself. The vision taught me a secret lesson, that the path of the soul is one of peace, humility, and the quiet strength to look beyond what we want and need right now. Jacob saw that as he concentrated on the latter, a soft light began to come from inside him. It wasn't bright or blinding, but warm and gentle, getting bigger with each breath. It mixed with the light of the angels, as if to show that human effort and divine guidance are connected, and that the awakening of consciousness inside of us naturally fits with the rhythms of the universe. Each heartbeat seemed to echo with the soft movements along the ladder, making a sound that was both reassuring and gently inspiring. The quiet beauty of this connection gave him peace. It reminded him that spiritual growth is not a solitary struggle, but a journey of co-creation, in which forces move slowly but steadily toward balance, understanding, and light. The vision went on, showing Jacob how big the world below was and how big the sky above was. The ladder spanned this area, touching both earth and heaven at the same time. It was a real bridge that was also a symbol, something you could see and feel, but that was also very abstract. He knew that anyone who wanted to could make this connection, but not by force or demand. Instead, they had to be quiet, pay attention, be willing to see, and be open to guidance that might come in small, almost unnoticeable ways. Every step, every breath, and every time I became aware of the divine rhythm helped me rise. It was a gentle movement of the soul toward clarity, understanding, and alignment with deeper truths that are often hidden in the rush of daily life. Jacob's dream stayed with him for a long time after he woke up, even though it was soft and dreamy. The ladder, angels, and gentle flow of energy kept echoing inside him, reminding him of the hidden connections between human life and God's plan. The image of presence rising and falling stayed clear in my mind. It was a gentle lesson that aspiration, faith, and spiritual awakening come from quiet reflection, patience, and paying attention to the small things in both the inner and outer worlds. Even as the sun began to rise, the experience stayed with me, a calm but powerful call to bring the understanding into waking life, one careful, gentle step at a time. In the stillness that followed, Jacob felt a deep sense of alignment, the kind that comes not from knowledge or outside approval, but from being close to something bigger than himself. The latter became a symbol of both a connection to the heavens and a journey within. It reminded him that small acts of awareness, mindfulness, and deliberate alignment with the rhythms of life can help him reach his goals beyond the material world. Every day after that, he would remember the vision softly, letting its gentle message guide his decisions, attitudes, and perceptions. He would quietly incorporate the hidden meanings of trust, openness, and spiritual attunement into the fabric of his daily life. Jacob walked quietly through the soft twilight, when the last colors of the sun faded into the soft arms of night. The air was still and had a slight chill that touched his skin. It smelled like dirt and water from far away. He was alone, but not completely. There was a sense of something unseen in the quiet shadows, as if the space around him was waiting for a story much bigger than any human mind could fully understand to unfold. With each step, his mind was a quiet mix of reflection and anticipation. He was tired from traveling, worried about his family, and had a deeper, unspoken sense that a crucial moment was coming. A moment that would test not only his body, but also the very essence of his soul. The night grew darker around him, and stars twinkled softly above like soft whispers of light. Jacob was drawn to a clearing near a calm stream. The water's surface reflected the faint light of the stars, making a soft dance of shadow and light that looked almost alive. He stopped for a moment, feeling the cool ground under his feet, and sensed the presence that was coming that would change the course of his life. It came quietly, without a sound or a show of force. It was a stillness that had both weight and gentle pressure, a divine presence that was calm but undeniably strong. Jacob knew that a fight was coming, but it was a fight like no other he had ever had before. It wasn't about fighting back. It was about revealing the truth within. Suddenly, the presence showed itself to be an angel. It wasn't scary or far away, but it had a force that pressed softly against Jacob's body. They looked at each other, not to challenge each other, but to understand the burden each one carried. Jacob felt a sudden tension, a mix of fear, awe, and determination, and he instinctively reached out. What happened next was a dance of quiet resistance, a gentle but strong push and pull that tested both body and spirit. The fight was physical, but it also had a deep meaning. It showed the inner conflict that people have when they have to change. Every muscle tensed and relaxed in time with a deeper, unseen flow. This showed the subtle truth that growth often comes from friction, challenge, and the willingness to stay in tension instead of running away from it. The soft sounds of movement filled the night air, breathing in and out, feet shifting on soft ground, and clothes brushing against each other. But there was no rush or need for speed. Every move was planned, calm, and full of a quiet intensity that made it clear what it meant. Jacob knew that the angel wasn't an enemy, but a guide who showed him the dark and unresolved parts of his own heart. The fight turned into a mirror that showed him the fears, doubts, and desires that he had kept to himself, and that had shaped his choices, identity, and how he saw himself. Jacob began to feel the edges of his own soul change in this silent physical conversation. It was as if wrestling was breaking down the rigid structures of self and revealing a more real, fluid essence underneath. Time seemed to stretch and fold around them, and the night got darker, but stayed calm and still. Jacob's muscles felt tired, but the tension inside him was strangely comforting. It was a sign that change was coming. He saw how each push and pull reminded him of things that had happened in his own life. Times when he was scared and needed to be brave. Times when he was unsure and needed to trust. And times when he was angry and needed to be patient. The angel's presence was both a challenge and a comfort. It reminded me that struggle is not punishment, but a sacred invitation to find strength, resilience, and clarity that I had not seen before. Every heartbeat and every small movement was a step along a path of becoming, a quiet revealing of a self that was more in line with purpose and divine intention. A small change happened as the night went on. Jacob felt a soft opening inside himself, a letting go of resistance that didn't mean giving up, but rather a deeper understanding. The angel's touch, movements, and gaze seemed to gently guide him, helping him see the parts of himself that he needed to acknowledge, heal, and bring together. The struggle got easier. It was less about fighting and more about coming together. A quiet lesson in harmony came out of the tension. Jacob learned that inner conflict is rarely harmful. When you are aware of it and present, it can show you the way to wisdom, courage, and change. The angel held him tightly but gently at one point, and Jacob felt the divine approval in that stillness. The meeting was no longer just physical. It was spiritual, emotional, and deeply reflective, pulling him into the deeper parts of himself. He knew that identity isn't set in stone. It changes based on what you do, the choices you make, and the bravery to face what is hidden or uncomfortable. The wrestling match became a symbol of life itself, the balance between giving up and pushing through, trusting and being afraid, and having faith and doubt. Jacob's heart grew as he quietly realized that struggle is a necessary step toward growth, a gentle reminder to get back on track with his true path, and a gentle teacher of resilience, humility, and awareness. Jacob felt a quiet blessing in the meeting that lasted for hours. It was like a light, shining through the shadows of tension. The angel's presence was strong but gentle, leading Jacob to an understanding that would change not only his own life, but also the lives and stories of generations to come. The struggle had the same rhythms as life itself: times of resistance, times of stillness, times of insight, and times of release. Every cycle taught us something. It reminded us that divine interaction often comes through gentle challenge, that transformation happens through engagement instead of avoidance, and that growth happens when we pay attention to and are open to both external and internal forces. By the first light of dawn, the fight had turned into a stillness that held quiet determination. Jacob felt something change inside of him. His sense of self changed in a subtle way, and his consciousness grew not by force, but by careful, mindful engagement. The angel's presence started to fade, leaving behind a calm sense of clarity and a whisper of comfort that the wrestling had done its job. Jacob felt like he wasn't the same person he had been before. The night had gently and persistently changed him, bringing out parts of his courage, insight, and alignment with purpose that had been hidden. The struggle's hidden meaning, the connection between challenge, reflection, and divine presence, stayed with him, a quiet lesson that would stay with him for the rest of his life and legacy. Jacob walked away from the clearing with the first rays of sunlight gently touching the ground. He was aware that growth often means facing one's own fears and limitations head-on. There was no big show or dramatic announcement to mark the quiet change he had gone through. Instead, it was marked by patient, deep engagement with himself and the divine. With each step, he felt a new rhythm, a gentle balance between being open to new ideas and sticking with them, between struggling and understanding, between working hard and getting help that is always there, but not seen. The night had taught him that identity is not fixed, but rather fluid, changeable, and able to grow into a deeper expression of purpose and understanding when met with brave attention. Joseph often had quiet visions at night that made his heart race with both awe and a sense of unease. The world outside quieted down in the dim light of the small room where he slept, letting dreams unfold slowly and gently. Stars shone dimly outside the window, like sparks from a fire far away, reflecting the strange light of fate itself. At these times, Joseph felt a pull beyond what he could see, a gentle pull towards something big and unseen, a quiet invitation to trust in paths that had not yet been shown to him. The dreams came softly, but they had a heavy feeling that stayed with me long after I woke up. It was as if the universe was whispering in ways that only the heart could fully hear. Joseph dreamed one night that sheaves of grain were bending and bowing in front of him. The vision was simple, almost childlike in its clarity, but it struck a deep chord with an unspoken promise that made him both hopeful and scared. When he told his family about the dream the next morning, they all reacted differently. Some were curious, some were cautious, and a few, like his brothers, were quietly stirred by jealousy and suspicion. Joseph's heart was open and sensitive, so it felt both the joy of understanding and the pain of misunderstanding. He learned early on that messages from God often come wrapped in layers of human perception. To understand and live by them, you need patience, discernment, and quiet strength. Days went by, but Joseph's visions stayed clear in his mind, like soft lanterns, lighting up areas of thought that everyday life often left in the dark. He thought about what they meant with a mix of curiosity and fear, knowing that fate is rarely clear-cut or immediate. Every dream and sign made him think, encouraging him to be patient and humble as he dealt with the complicated issues of family relationships, societal expectations, and his own growing sense of purpose. The hidden wisdom of these nighttime revelations was not just in what they said, but also in how they slowly shaped character by requiring trust, endurance, and careful observation of both people and situations. Joseph's brothers, who were jealous and afraid of what his dreams might mean, started to pull away from him in small ways. Their whispers and sideways glances showed that they were judging him without saying anything. The tension between them and Joseph grew like a slow, creeping shadow that was always there but not always seen during the day. Joseph, who was aware of these hidden feelings, felt the sting of betrayal for the first time in his young life. But even as the distance grew, he stayed calm and steady, knowing that life's plan often includes tests of faith, patience, and the strength of the spirit. He saw the deeper meaning of hardship in these moments, that being patient when things go wrong and take time is just as important as being brave when things are going well. As things went on, Joseph's path became very different from his family's. He was sold into slavery and traveled far from home. His heart was heavy with longing, but the quiet strength he gained from dreaming kept him going. The trip was hard, with both physical and emotional challenges that required him to be strong, flexible, and have faith in the unseen guidance that had been with him since he was a child. Every day in a foreign country, surrounded by people and customs I didn't know, was a lesson in how to be strong and hold on to hope even when things were uncertain. Joseph's dreams had prepared him for more than just insight. They had also prepared him for patience. This means being able to understand that promises are rarely kept right away and that faith often grows the most during times of waiting. Joseph learned to watch, change, and work hard in Potiphar's house, all while keeping the memory of his dreams in his heart. His honesty became a quiet light, clear in the small, careful choices he made that showed both moral clarity and self-control. Joseph's heart stayed connected to the inner guidance that had spoken to him through dreams, even when he was falsely accused and put in jail. He felt that fate was not absent or indifferent, but rather unfolding in a way that was too big and complicated for him to understand right away. These quiet tests revealed the secret message of patience, that going through hard times with grace builds depth of character, insight, and resilience, making a person ready and humble when they meet their destiny. Joseph often thought about the vivid images from his early dreams while he was in prison. The sheaves, the sun, moon, and stars bowing in quiet respect, these visions kept him going and gave him strength while he was in prison. He heard other prisoners whispering and was able to understand what they were saying and what was going on with them because he was paying close attention. These quiet times helped me develop the ability to see small truths, recognize patterns, and stay honest, even when things were slow. They showed me how faith, patience, and resilience work together to keep a life on the right path. The prison walls became less of a barrier and more of a place for growth every day, where inner light could grow quietly, steadily, and without fanfare. Joseph's interactions with the Pharaoh's cupbearer and baker served as an additional test of his patience and a gentle way to get him ready for more responsibility. Dream interpretation, speaking the truth with clarity and compassion, became a way to turn divine messages into words that people could understand. Joseph was humble when he tried to understand each situation, knowing that insight and patience went hand in hand. The events that happened in the palace showed that destiny often needs you to be quiet, follow rules, and trust the unseen rhythms of life. Every little chance and every small interaction was a step along a path that slowly became clear to him. It reminded him that resilience is not just about how long you can last, but also about how you build your character, awareness, and trust over time. When the Pharaoh's dream called for action, Joseph was able to respond with calm confidence because he had practiced being patient and listening carefully for a long time. The hidden meaning of his earlier dreams, endurance, faith, and moral clarity, came to light in practical advice that would change the course of history. What had seemed like delays, misunderstandings, and problems were actually important parts of destiny's quiet unfolding. Joseph knew that when the heart is in sync with trust and patience, it can read subtle signals, get through tough times, and turn vision into reality, making a connection between unseen guidance and real results. Joseph stayed calm, thoughtful, and grounded, even when he realized things. The journey from a young boy's dreams to the realization of his interpretations showed not only how destiny works, but also the soft, hidden lessons that come with it. Patience brings clarity, faith lights the way through darkness, and resilience in the face of delay shapes the heart to meet purpose with integrity. These elements are woven together in a way that is often missed in the rush of events. They are the quiet force that keeps life on track, making sure that every step, no matter how hard, is part of the larger unfolding of divine design. Joseph's life had always been marked by the quiet weight of fate. Even though the road had not been easy, he still thought about the day his brothers betrayed him. But it was less painful now that time had passed and he had thought about it. They threw him into the pit with rough hands and hearts full of jealousy, leaving him alone in the cold, dark ground. The walls were damp and unforgiving, and they pressed in on him. But even in that moment of despair, Joseph felt a spark of something he couldn't see, a knowledge that life, even though it was full of sudden cruelty and betrayal, also had threads of purpose that couldn't be broken. The pit was so quiet that it almost felt like it was touching him, and it came in waves. But it was also a place where patience and quiet observation began to grow. As he waited, alone and unsure, Joseph's mind wandered to his dreams. The visions that had once seemed far away and out of reach were now like quiet friends. The sheaves bowed, and the sun and stars leaned in to show their respect. They weren't just symbols, they were whispers of strength, reminders that unseen forces often shape life in ways that are hard to understand right away. The darkness pressed against him, but he found an inner strength and a soft awareness that even in betrayal, lessons and preparation were happening. He started to feel the first signs of clarity, that suffering, though heavy, has a transformative quality that quietly shapes character, sharpens understanding, and changes destiny in ways that are often hard to see at the time. The traders' arrival, with their blank but useful faces, marked the end of Joseph's time in the pit and the start of a new life far from home. He was sold and taken to Egypt, where he faced both opportunities and challenges. Every step of the way was a mix of confusion, fear, and learning to adapt to new customs, languages, and expectations. Joseph felt the pull between loss and possibility, between sadness for what was and a small amount of hope for what could be. Every new person he met and every little sign of attention or neglect taught him how to be strong. He learned that character is often built in the quiet endurance of hardship, not in times of ease or immediate recognition. Potiphar's house was the first step in this change. It was where Joseph's hard work, honesty, and quiet wisdom began to grow. Preparing, organizing, and observing were not just boring tasks. They were ways to learn patience, discernment, and moral clarity. Joseph was calm and attentive, noticing things that others might miss. He understood not only the practical parts of his job, but also the emotional and relational currents that ran through the house. His ability to handle these difficult situations and stay calm in the face of both praise and suspicion was a quiet way for him to prepare for bigger responsibilities. It taught him how challenges can shape a person's character and purpose in ways that are often not obvious. But betrayal and pain weren't done with him yet. Joseph went to prison because Potiphar's wife lied about him. The injustice there was even worse than the darkness of the pit. He learned the most about patience, self-reflection, and quietly nurturing hope when he was here, without freedom or reputation. Joseph's prison walls were both a prison and a teacher. They gave him a place to grow his inner life, even though his outside life was limited. He learned in the silence of prison that suffering isn't just punishment. It's also a way to grow, shaping the judgment, empathy, and strength needed to become a leader one day. The prison itself turned into a school of quiet wisdom. Joseph watched how prisoners interacted with each other, the small acts of kindness and cruelty, and learned to listen carefully, think carefully about what was going on, and stay honest, even when it seemed like no one would notice. His ability to read dreams, which was once a strange gift, became a way for him to help others, and in doing so, he learned to be patient, humble, and see things from different angles. Every interaction and every quiet act of attention reinforced the hidden meaning of his struggles. That purpose is often built not through big actions, but through staying true to who you are, watching quietly, and trusting that things will happen when they are supposed to. Years went by, and during that time, insight, resilience, and quiet leadership grew steadily. Joseph's reputation grew in prison. Even in the harsh conditions of captivity, people respected him for being calm and wise. He had learned to deal with betrayal without getting angry, suffering without losing hope, and opportunity without being arrogant. Every challenge added a new level of understanding to his heart and mind, quietly preparing him for responsibilities he couldn't even imagine yet. The hidden lesson of his trials was becoming clear: that life's obstacles, even those that seem unfair and cruel, are teachers that shape the soul into readiness for its true role and purpose. Joseph's years of waiting, being patient, and carefully gaining wisdom all came together when Pharaoh's dreams became urgent. His rise from the dark prison to the bright palace was quick to see, but it had been in the works for a long time. He went to Pharaoh with calm confidence, but not pride. He turned the visions he had at night into real advice for the survival of nations. At that moment, the true meaning of his pain became clear. Every betrayal, every unfair punishment, and every moment of quiet endurance had made him ready to act with understanding, kindness, and clarity. The pit, the house, and the prison were not detours. They were all important steps in his transformation, each one shaping his character and preparing him for the huge amount of responsibility he now has. Joseph's heart stayed soft and thoughtful even in the palace, knowing that his rise was linked to the hardships he had faced. He was humble when it came to being a leader, because he knew that being in charge meant having the power and the quiet duty to act with honesty, fairness, and foresight. The dreams, betrayals, and time spent alone that he kept hidden from others gave him the strength to guide them with kindness, the wisdom to understand situations, and the ability to help others be strong and hopeful. His story showed that trials can change people, not that they don't have to struggle. When faced with hardship, with patience and trust, it can refine the soul, clarify purpose, and prepare someone to fulfill roles that are far beyond what they can understand right now. Joseph often thought about the darkness of the pit and prison, the sting of betrayal and being alone during the quiet of night. These memories didn't just hurt anymore. They also made me feel a soft respect for the lessons that can be learned from hard times. He knew that the problems in life, even though they hurt at the time, are rarely wasted. They are the quiet builders of character, making people stronger, clearer in their morals, and more open to new opportunities. Joseph's journey from the pit to the palace became a living example of this truth. It was a quiet, unfolding demonstration that going through hard times with faith, honesty, and patience is not just a test, but a way to prepare for your purpose, letting unseen guidance show itself in real, life-changing ways. Moses walked through the quiet hills. The warm afternoon sun slowly faded into a soft, golden haze that painted the desert in soft colors. The air was still, and it smelled faintly of dry earth, wild herbs, and water far away. He was thinking about a lot of things, like memories of past struggles and a faint desire for clarity that had quietly followed him over the years. Life's responsibilities and the shadows of uncertainty weighed on his mind, but there was a soft restlessness, a quiet pull that drew him towards something he couldn't see, a gentle whisper of purpose that he couldn't name yet. He saw a bush that stood out from the sparse surroundings as he went around a small hill. Flames danced on it, but the leaves stayed safe from the fire. They glowed softly in a light that was both bright and strangely calm. Moses felt both awe and a little fear when he saw it. He stopped, feeling a knot of doubt in his chest. How could fire burn without eating? How could something that looked so normal have such an amazing presence? The desert seemed to hold its breath, and Moses could feel the world around him getting quieter, which made the moment feel even more important. The bush called to him, but the call was soft, patient, and very deep, inviting him into a place that was beyond his understanding. As he got closer, the flames seemed to talk to him, not in words, but in a way that resonated deeply with his soul. Moses felt fear, doubt, and curiosity all at once, pulling him between running away and being brave. He thought about what this calling meant, and whether he was ready to take on something bigger than himself. The slight shaking of his hands and the tightening of his chest were not signs of weakness, but of deep understanding. He knew that divine encounters often come with both awe and vulnerability. This was a time when you needed more than just strength of arm. You also needed an open heart, a clear mind, and courage that came from trust rather than certainty. The voice that came out of the flames was calm, patient, and convincing. It seemed to whisper to Moses, "I have seen the suffering of my people, not just in words, but also as a mark on his mind. I have chosen you to set them free." Moses' heart raced. Doubt came right away, along with the urge to question, to go back to familiar routines, and to compare his own shortcomings to the huge task at hand. "Who am I to go to Pharaoh and bring these people out of Egypt?" he whispered to the soft wind. The desert around him stayed still, as if it were listening. In that silence, the first seeds of courage began to grow. The presence did not scold or hurry him. Instead, it gave Moses comfort by reminding him that God often calls ordinary people to do extraordinary things, not because they are perfect, but because they are willing to do so even when they are scared. When Moses hesitated, he was met with patience and clarity, a gentle unfolding of guidance that recognized both his weakness as a human and his potential. Every word and every small movement of the flames seemed to speak directly to the doubts that were deep inside him. They showed him that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in its presence, to step forward when uncertainty gently but firmly presses on the soul. Moses knelt down in front of the bush and felt the heat of the flame without getting burned. He felt the divine tension between being there and being safe, being powerful and being gentle. He had a lot of questions in his head, but underneath them, a quiet trust began to grow. The flame seemed to break down barriers, showing that calling and courage are linked. One can't exist without the other, and the feeling of fear that comes with realizing your purpose is often a sign of how important the moment is. Each heartbeat had a soft, persistent sound, like a gentle reminder that the most important things in life happen when vulnerability and openness meet clear guidance. As the hours went by, Moses felt more and more aware of his responsibilities and possibilities. The voice of the bush didn't just tell people what to do. It also talked about how trust, patience, and attention could make them stronger. He thought about his own life, the years he spent in Midian, taking care of flocks, and the peace and quiet of the hills. And he started to see how each of those experiences had secretly prepared him for this meeting. The everyday acts of patience, observation, and care had laid the groundwork for extraordinary courage. The trial's hidden meaning was clear. Purpose is revealed gradually, and the divine often prepares the heart long before the task appears in tangible form. Fear was still there, but now it was mixed with a soft determination to keep going even though things were unclear. Moses' hands, which had been shaking, were now resting gently on his knees. This was a subtle way of grounding him that showed the quiet strength that was coming out of him. The bush's flame was like the spark inside him, showing him how big the job was and how clear the guiding presence was that would never leave him. As Moses hesitated and then felt sure, he began to understand that courage is less about having personal power and more about doing what is right, necessary, and divinely inspired. The soft rhythm of trust was in every breath and heartbeat, and it would keep him going through the hard times that were to come. The desert was quiet. The bush flickered gently, and the wind through the few trees made a soft humming sound. All of these things made a cocoon that turned fear into alert readiness. Moses knew that hesitation is not a flaw, but a sign of how important a calling is. A sign that the soul is being asked to take on a role that is bigger than what it is comfortable with. The voice spoke again, promising that the presence and guidance would always be with him, giving him quiet support, insight, and strength as he faced the unknown. The hidden meaning was becoming clear. Divine comfort is often mixed in with times of doubt, reminding the human heart that courage and purpose go hand in hand, and that even when you are hesitant, you are getting ready. Moses felt a change in himself as the sun set and the hills cast long shadows. Fear was still there, but it had changed into awareness, courage, tempered by humility, and readiness forged in thought. The bush, which was still on fire but not burned, became a symbol of lasting guidance. It was a gentle reminder that purpose is revealed to those who are willing to listen, watch, and trust, even when they don't know what it is. Moses stood there, feeling the quiet strength of being in line with the divine. He knew his journey was just beginning, but he was comforted by the knowledge that help and courage are always close by when he needs them. Moses led the people out of Egypt at night, and the air was thick with excitement. Their hearts were full of hope and doubt. Families huddled together, kids holding on to their parents, and older people moving slowly and carefully, all feeling the weight of the journey ahead. The desert seemed to go on forever, a huge area of sand and stone bathed in soft, silvery moonlight that cast long shadows that hinted at both danger and opportunity. Every step forward was a quiet act of bravery, proof of faith and determination, but the fear of the unknown pressed softly against every heart. The people remembered the years of slavery as they walked. They remembered the hard work, the cruelty, and the feeling of being trapped under the weight of human oppression. Each memory made them feel angry and sad, but also a little bit of relief. In this flight, they felt the first stirrings of freedom, a gentle awakening of the spirit that had been buried for so long. The trip itself taught them things. Each grain of sand under their feet reminded them to keep going, and each gust of wind was a whisper from God, telling them to keep going, even though they couldn't see it. Moses walked among them with quiet determination, feeling the weight of leadership settle heavily but purposefully on his shoulders. He had felt fear, doubt, and hesitation, but at that moment, each challenge seemed to remind him of the hidden strength that comes from listening to advice that isn't normal. His calm and steady voice gave instructions and comfort, but it was in the pauses between words that the people learned the most important lessons: how to be patient, how to trust, and how to slowly build faith in things that can't be seen. The group spirit stayed strong. Even though their bodies were tired, hope seemed to shimmer along the edges of the desert night, keeping them going. The Red Sea was in front of them, a huge body of water that was both beautiful and scary. People started to murmur doubts about their chances of survival and how hard it would be to cross such a barrier. But Moses stood firm, feeling the steady pulse of comfort and guidance. He raised his staff to remind them of God's promise and the strength that had brought them this far. Even in the tension, the deeper meaning became clear. Freedom isn't just about breaking free from outside chains. It's also about finding the courage, trust, and ability to face the unknown with faith as a guide. As the waters parted, showing a path framed by walls of shimmering blue, it felt like everyone took a deep breath, mixing awe with cautious hope. The floor under their feet was solid, but the soft roar of water power reminded them that divine intervention often happens in both big and small ways. Every step across the seabed was a step towards spiritual freedom as well as physical freedom. It was a delicate dance between trust and action. Mothers led their children, and older people walked carefully. Moses walked steadily at the front, his heart calm but fully aware of how big this was. The air smelled like salt and dirt, and there was a quiet scent of freedom in the air. Every sound, the rushing water, the whispering wind, and the careful footsteps of the people was full of awe and thanks. In this miraculous crossing, the story's hidden layers became clear. Freedom is not just the absence of chains, but also the development of inner clarity, courage, and strength. The people were freed from outside forces and awakened from within. They found the ability to trust, endure, and connect that had been hidden under the weight of oppression. The waters surged back behind them, a soft but powerful reminder that opportunities don't last forever, and that it's important to fully embrace the moment. Fear may have taken hold, but in this very movement, the people learned that freedom requires active participation, the willingness to move forward, even when you don't know what's going to happen, to trust guidance that you don't fully understand, and to face the unknown with both humility and determination. The journey across the seabed became a quiet reflection of the inner journey, a spiritual path where the courage to act, the patience to endure, and the faith to believe in the unseen all came together perfectly. As they reached the other side, the night changed from dark to light, and the first signs of dawn touched the horizon with soft strokes of gold and rose. The people's hearts were filled with a quiet sense of awe, a mix of relief, respect, and lingering wonder at the path they had taken. Each person, even though they were part of a group miracle, learned a personal lesson from the crossing. That trust, patience, and the strength gained from the journey itself are what lead to freedom, whether it is spiritual or material. The hidden meaning rang true and strong. True freedom is waking up to who you are and finding the inner resources that will help you through even the hardest times. Moses stopped to take in the scene, following the footprints in the sand, the gentle waves that had gone down, and the wide open space of opportunity that lay ahead. He could feel the quiet changes in each person, the subtle strengthening of their spirits, and the deepening of their faith that often happens after going through hard times. Once a huge problem, the Red Sea now stood as proof of the fragile balance between following God's will and having the courage to do so. It showed that freedom is as much about developing your inner vision as it is about getting rid of outside limits. As the people marched deeper into the desert, each step became a quiet meditation. It reminded them that life is rarely a straight path, but a series of challenges, revelations, and chances to discover hidden abilities. Every gust of wind, every shadow that moved, and every leaf that whispered seemed to remind me of the importance of spiritual strength and perseverance. As Moses and the people walked slowly, they heard the quiet music of trust and hope. It was an invisible but real guide that would help them through the unknown and lead them to their destiny. The night, which was now softly falling again, wrapped the travelers in a blanket of calm, as if the desert itself were giving the newly freed souls a gentle hug. They slept under the stars, and each person carried with them both the memory of their struggles and the quiet awakening of their spiritual freedom. In their dreams, the Red Sea stayed there, a shining sign of bravery, determination, and the quiet discovery of who they were. The journey was far from over, but it had shown that freedom is linked to the inner work of trust, the ability to wait, and the faith to move forward even when the way is unclear. As the people of Israel stood at the edge of the Red Sea, the night air was thick with doubt. The vast body of water stretched out in front of them, dark and scary in the moonlight. The sky was a deep indigo, and the stars were pale and twinkling, making the waves look silver. In the stillness, every breath felt louder, and the wind's soft whisper mixed with the crowd's nervous murmurs. Families huddled together, kids clinging tightly to their parents, and older people shifted nervously on the sand. But even though everyone was tense, there was a sense of wonder, a faint feeling that something amazing was about to happen. Moses stood at the front, holding his staff tightly but gently as a channel for hidden strength and direction. His heart beat with a mix of fear and calm, a steady beat that had been shaped by years of waiting, thinking, and believing. He could feel the weight of expectation on his shoulders, not just from the people around him, but also from the divine purpose that had brought him to this point. Fear spread through the crowd in small waves, and the natural urge to run away fought against the soft promises of help. But Moses felt something deeper, a quiet assurance that the path ahead of them, while scary, had already been planned, measured, and guided by powers that were beyond their understanding at the time. The Egyptians chased them with their chariots and armor, and the sound of hooves and wheels was a distant but growing threat. People started to panic. Their hearts raced as they looked at the water and the seemingly impossible barrier that was getting closer. As the first whispers of fear turned into a collective tremor, anxiety and awe mixed. But even though things were tense, a quiet current of trust began to flow. Moses raised his staff, a simple gesture that meant God was with them, and the waters in front of them started to shake. The desert floor fell silent as the sea seemed to breathe, as if it could feel the quiet change in energy, a soft acknowledgement of purpose, meeting fear with the chance of a miraculous intervention. As the waters began to part, creating huge walls of water that sparkled in the moonlight, everyone looked on in awe and uncertainty. The path that was shown was narrow and winding, with walls of deep blue that moved like waves and reflected both torchlight and starlight. Kids held on to their parents' hands, and older people moved slowly, each step a small act of bravery. Even though fear and awe were both present, the hidden lesson became clear. Trust often means going into places that don't make sense and taking steps that are as much an act of faith as they are of physical movement. Each person felt the tension between their natural fear and the quiet call to bravery. This inner struggle was reflected in the waves that seemed to part just enough for them to pass through. The air was filled with the smell of salt and wet earth, along with the faint warmth of the bodies of people who were close together in solidarity. Every sound, the crashing of waves far away, the rustling of clothes, and the quiet words of encouragement between family members made them feel both scared and determined. The water walls stood like silent guards as they carefully walked across the seabed. They were both protective and humbling. The hidden meaning of the moment became clearer and clearer. To get through tough times, you need to let go of your panic, learn to be patient, and be willing to act even when you're not sure what to do. The sea was both a wall and a teacher. It showed the inner battle that everyone faced as they moved forward, their feet sinking softly into the sand, and their hearts rising with courage and trust. Moses' presence was a steadying force in the midst of doubt. He walked steadily, with his eyes focused and his breathing steady. He spoke softly to those around him, giving them calm advice. The crowd was calm like he was, and the way they walked across the seabed created a rhythm of faith and endurance. The kids' faces were full of wonder. The older people nodded, and the parents whispered words of comfort while drawing on their own hidden stores of bravery. It wasn't just a walk across water. It was a deep journey into spiritual awareness. Each step was a small act of surrender to trust, and each breath was a quiet promise to accept the unknown. The sound of the Egyptian army getting closer behind them was a reminder of how close they were to danger. Fear pushed against the mind and heart, but the waters stayed apart, creating a path of possibility. Everyone felt the delicate balance between panic and calm, chaos and order. They knew that the way forward required both faith and attention. The first light of dawn began to touch the horizon, casting pale golden streaks across the dark sky. This made the hidden meaning even clearer. No matter how big the problem, it can be solved when trust and careful, planned action work together. The Red Sea was like a mirror for the human heart, showing that having faith in times when fear threatens to take over is what makes someone brave. Moses looked back and saw that everyone was paying attention. He saw how the bodies leaned into the guidance and how the careful steps marked a journey through both external and internal turmoil. He could feel the quiet hum of God's presence, which added to the lesson of this amazing moment. There was an unspoken understanding that trust must go hand in hand with action, and that fear is a natural part of the journey, but should not control it. The crossing's hidden layers of meaning made it clear that faith grows in tension, is strengthened by perseverance, and is lit up by the quiet guidance that comes with being willing to step into the unknown. The seabed beneath their feet was solid but forgiving, a gentle reminder that help is often available, even when it seems impossible. The air smelled like a soft mix of salt and morning mist, and the first rays of light touched tired faces that were also filled with awe. The quiet, bubbling laughter of children mixed with the whispers of elders to make a soft melody of human strength and wonder. Everyone had a new understanding. Obstacles, no matter how hard they seem, can often lead to discovery, showing hidden strengths, patience, and the quiet power of faith that can help you get through even the scariest times. As the last steps took the people to the far shore, everyone felt a sense of relief and respect. The waters, which used to be a scary threat, were now a sign of what can be done when trust and courage come together. Moses' heart didn't swell with pride. It swelled with quiet gratitude. He knew that the journey was just as much about waking up each person's faith as it was about freeing them physically. The Red Sea stayed behind, a silent, shining reminder of how fear and trust, challenge and guidance, doubt and divine assurance can work together. People started to feel the small change inside themselves as the sun rose and cast a soft light on everything. Hearts that had been racing with fear now had a calm strength, and minds that had been cloudy with doubt were now clear with understanding. Each step forward from the seabed was a soft mark of strength and bravery, a reminder that challenges are often not walls, but chances to discover new strengths. The crossing was over, but it left a quiet, life-changing mark on every soul. It was a soft echo that faith can light the way through even the hardest problems when you choose it over fear. Moses climbed the steep sides of Mount Sinai, and each step made a soft sound against the stone below. The desert went on and on around him, a huge canvas of muted colors bathed in the soft light of dawn. The sun warmed the peaks and valleys gently. A light wind brought the smell of dry earth and distant herbs to his face, mixing with the sense of purpose that drove him to climb higher. The people below watched from a distance, their shapes small against the vast desert. They were both amazed and scared as they waited for the words that would change the course of history. The air around the top got cooler, and there was a stillness that felt almost holy. Moses stopped for a moment to take in the quiet expanse. He could feel the mountain itself holding its breath in anticipation. Every movement, every small change in the stone and sand beneath him felt heavy and important, reminding him that some moments in life require the full presence of the soul. As he stood on the top, clouds softly swirled around him, like a thin veil that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary. It was the line between the world below and the divine presence that was just out of reach. The voice of God began to speak, not in a loud voice, but in a clear voice that filled the space around him and reached every part of the mountaintop. The 10 Commandments came out one by one. They were simple on the outside but deep on the inside. They were rules that would give future generations structure, clarity, and a moral compass. Moses felt their weight, not as a burden, but as a gentle structure that guided him and his heart and mind. Each commandment hit home, making me think about the balance between responsibility, care, and the search for peace in life. People below felt a change in the air. It felt like the desert was listening to a rhythm that no one could see. The air vibrated softly with purpose. Families and people noticed the small change, which was a gentle invitation to align themselves with values that went beyond their immediate wants and fears. The commandments weren't just rules. They were whispers of timeless wisdom, gentle but firm guides that helped people find their way in a world full of questions. The hidden meaning came out slowly. Structure is not a prison, but a way to set people free, giving them the space they need to grow and thrive with balance and clarity. Moses thought about the journey that had led him to this peak. Every moment of doubt, and every time he hesitated in the face of the unknown, had prepared him for this meeting. The commandments were more than words carved in stone. They were a reflection of God's understanding of what people need. The desire for guidance, the need for balance, and the quiet realization that inner peace comes from embracing principles with both respect and understanding. In their simplicity, they held the weight of eternity, providing a moral framework that gently shaped human experience without taking away individuality or free will. Moses could feel the quiet beat of trust, patience, and attention as the wind blew around him. The mountain's height made him think about perspective. The view below seemed to go on forever, reminding him of how big human experience is, how many choices there are, and how fragile but strong human hearts are. The commandments were like soft lights that showed the way, not by force, but by making it clear how divine insight and human desire fit together. Each principle seemed to vibrate with a soft energy that echoed in the quiet parts of the mind, giving a sense of calm focus and balance. The first commandments told people to be aware of what is beyond what they can see and to show respect and reverence for it. Moses felt the gentle weight of recognition, knowing that honoring something bigger than himself is not a sign of fear, but of alignment, a quiet acknowledgement of how life and spirit are all connected. He could tell that there were deeper meanings in what he heard, that faith, trust, and awareness are the building blocks of a moral and ethical life. These first commandments were the roots of the tree of guidance, which kept human life in a balance between freedom and duty. The next set of commandments turned the focus inward, on how to behave, how to get along with others, and how to create harmony with others. They talked softly about being honest, having integrity, caring for your neighbors, and the quiet strength of self-control. Moses thought about the people below, who were thinking about their own lives and realizing how important it was to have such gentle boundaries. The hidden lesson came out on its own. Structure isn't control from the outside. It's a way to help people grow their inner wisdom, keep their emotions and actions in check, and let their hearts grow without giving in to chaos or impulse. As Moses thought about the commandments, he felt how divine guidance and human experience were subtly intertwined. Each law was a quiet reminder of how important it is to think before you act, how important it is to find moral clarity, and how important it is to find a balance between freedom and responsibility. The mountain, the sky, and the wind all seem to echo these ideas, showing how important they still are. The hidden meaning of the meeting came out in layers. Just as the mountain kept him above the desert, the commandments were a guidepost above the unknowns of life, giving him a sense of direction, stability, and a gentle reminder of the way to live in harmony and do the right thing. Moses closed his eyes for a moment and felt the soft hum of connection between the people below, the mountain, and God. The commandments weren't set in stone. They were living rules that encouraged people to think about them, use them, and gently internalize them. Their simplicity was misleading. They were both clear and deep, and they needed both attention and thought. The hidden layers whispered that finding inner balance and living a moral life don't come from strict enforcement, but from being aware of what you're doing, practicing it patiently, and following principles that have stood the test of time. The clouds around him started to move slowly, and the stone and sand were lit up by golden light. Moses felt the quiet confirmation of guidance, the gentle comfort that the moral structure of the commandments would last for generations, touching hearts and shaping choices long after the echoes of this day faded. He felt the hidden meaning that the principles of clarity, compassion, and thoughtful alignment with higher wisdom can help people stay steady even when they are faced with challenges and choices. People watched with excitement as he came down the mountain, feeling the air change and the quiet sound of lasting guidance. Moses felt the weight and blessing of the meeting inside him. He knew that the commandments were a gift to the whole community and to each person's heart. The desert, the sand, and the wind all seemed to breathe softly with possibility. This reinforced the deep but gentle truth that living ethically is based on being aware, trusting, and quietly finding balance within oneself. People waited at the bottom of Mount Sinai. The desert around them was quiet, and the stars in the sky looked like faraway lanterns. The night was quiet, but there was a restless tension underneath the calm, a quiet murmur of longing and impatience. They had followed Moses faithfully, but without him, there was a subtle void, a desire for something real, to hold on to their hopes. There were whispers in the crowd, some soft and some louder, that were a mix of curiosity and desire. They had seen amazing things and felt miraculous things, but their hearts, which were weak and longing, began to look for a direct sign of God's favor, a form they could touch and a symbol they could see. The golden calf began to take shape in the soft light of the fires. People shaped it with their hands and polished it until it shone in the light. It was so bright that it caught everyone's attention, a shining center that seemed to promise safety and blessing. The air was filled with both excitement and worry, as if the desert itself knew how attractive the image was and how fragile the balance between desire and loyalty was. People came together, some in awe and others in curiosity, all drawn to what they could see instead of what they couldn't. The moment's hidden meaning, which was both delicate and deep, whispered that the heart often looks for certainty in form when faith needs patience and trust in the unseen. There was a soft chorus of voices singing, clapping, and praising the golden idol as people celebrated. There was a strange mix of happiness and worry. The pleasure of giving in was mixed with a sense of unease. Those who had made the calf were proud of their work, while others were fascinated, giving in to what they could see instead of what they couldn't. Shadows danced across faces, showing the inner struggle, a pull between wanting instant pleasure and the quiet voice that reminded them of promises they hadn't yet seen. Every flicker of firelight seemed to show the fragile balance between human desire and the deeper call to faith. There was a quiet tension in the hearts of everyone who came. As Moses climbed the mountain, he felt the weight of the moment settle into his soul. The air grew heavy with expectation, and he could feel that something was waiting for him below. He knew that people's hearts are weak and easily swayed, and that desire can lead even the strongest spirits to what glimmers in front of them. The golden calf, which was bright and tempting, was a test of both obedience and the inner strength needed to value what is unseen over what is seen. It was a reminder that spiritual fidelity is built on patience, on not giving in to the easy temptation of instant gratification, in favor of lasting principles that lead the heart to a lasting connection with higher wisdom. As people got closer, drawn by curiosity and the natural desire to touch things, the air around the calf pulsed with energy, both lively and subtle. The flickering light from the fire made their faces look warm, showing their excitement, doubt, and a quiet pull of conscience. Elders whispered to kids, some with caution and some with pride, sharing lessons they had learned over the years by wandering and thinking. But even their advice had a hard time fighting the shine of gold and the natural urge to go after things that could be seen, touched, and briefly controlled. The deeper meaning became clearer. The attraction of what can be seen often tests the strength of the spirit, drawing people in with distractions, desires, and the urge to forget the deeper truths that keep them balanced. Voices got louder, and laughter mixed with songs, but there was a quiet tension in the air. People found themselves stopping and noticing the pull of desire and the quiet whispers of their conscience that reminded them of promises, guidance, and principles that they could not touch. Every interaction, every gesture, was a quiet reminder of how vulnerable we are as humans, how easily desire can turn our attention away from lasting values and towards short-term attractions. The golden calf was beautiful and served as a gentle reminder that the most important truths are often hidden from sight and touch. The desert seemed to hold its breath as the firelight danced across the calf's shiny surface. Every flicker of shadow and light on the golden surface was like the hearts of the people in the crowd, which were torn between loyalty and curiosity and fascination and memory. Those who were willing to listen heard the hidden meaning of the moment. Visible allure is strong, but the soul's lasting nourishment comes from principles, patience, and quiet trust that goes beyond immediate pleasure. The people felt both excited and uneasy about this awareness. It was a subtle reminder of the ongoing conflict between outside temptation and inner alignment. Moses began to go down, feeling the weight of hope and responsibility on him. He moved with quiet determination, knowing that the journey of faith is not just about following the rules, but also about learning to see through temptation. As they walked down the mountain, they were aware that spiritual integrity requires constant attention, awareness, and a deep understanding of how fragile human desire is. The golden calf, which shone in the firelight, was beautiful, but it also showed the inner work needed to build strength, patience, and determination in the human heart. People saw him coming, and some felt a mix of excitement and unease as they sensed a coming together of power, duty, and truth. Moses looked at them with a steady and calm gaze that invited them to think without judging. He showed them not only the sin, but also the chance to see the subtle patterns of desire, distraction, and loyalty. In that moment, the hidden lesson became clear. Life is full of tempting forms, but to hold on to values that last, you need the strength to look beyond what glitters and hold on to principles that lift and sustain the spirit through time and circumstance. The firelight played on people's faces, showing curiosity, fear, hesitation, and a hint of determination. Even though everyone was distracted, some hearts quietly felt the deeper call of patience and alignment. The golden calf, which was beautiful but short-lived, became a teacher in its own right, a bright mirror showing the struggle between desire and spiritual fidelity, the tension between what is immediately pleasing and what feeds the soul over time. The desert night, with its stars, wind, and soft hum of life, seemed to whisper softly next to these truths. This reinforced the gentle, ongoing lesson that visible attractions, no matter how bright, pale in comparison to the quiet, lasting values that shape hearts and guide journeys through time. The morning sun cast a soft golden glow over the valley, painting the hills and plains in soft colors that shimmered with warmth. The Israelite camp woke up slowly. The soft murmur of voices mixed with the distant sound of hooves and the faint clatter of armor from the Philistine forces across the valley. People exchanged quiet glances, their hearts heavy with fear as they looked at Goliath, a giant of a man whose shadow seemed to stretch across the land itself. Anxiety hung in the air like a thin mist, subtle but real. His armor shone in the early morning light, each piece polished and strong, showing both strength and the silent challenge that now weighed on the hearts of those who stood against him. David came in quietly and took care of the little things he had to do that morning. His mind drifted between his duty and a deep sense that something important was about to happen. He was young and hadn't fought in battle before, but he was calm because he trusted something that went beyond fear. He looked around the camp and saw the tense faces of the soldiers, the whispers of doubt, and the fear that hung in the air. His heart knew that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the presence of faith that lets you act anyway. He saw in himself not only the youthful spark of boldness, but also the gentle guidance of conviction, a steady rhythm that whispered of resilience and alignment with purpose. Goliath's voice echoed through the valley, bouncing off hills and rocks, with a challenge meant to scare people. The words rolled softly over the land, but they had weight, because each syllable seemed to make doubt and hesitation stronger. The soldiers of Israel, who were strong and experienced, shrank a little under the giant's gaze, but David's presence was a calm contrast to the tension in the room. His eyes, calm and watchful, followed the lines of the field, the slope of the hills, and the weight of expectation that both armies felt. The deeper meaning of courage slowly became clear as people realize that being brave doesn't always mean being loud or showy. It can also mean being calm, measured, and based on faith that goes beyond what you can see. As David stepped forward, his approach was quiet and almost unnoticeable. He gently threw his bag over his shoulder. He moved slowly and carefully, with a steady heart and a clear mind. He picked out smooth stones from the dry riverbed, feeling their weight and texture, and sensing the delicate balance between getting ready and taking action. The action was simple, almost like meditation, but it taught a deep lesson. Real courage is when you calmly assess a situation and then take action, combining inner clarity with outward effort. Each stone turned into a small vessel of faith, a quiet tool of possibility made by being precise, patient, and aware of one's purpose. The wind changed direction softly as he got closer to the giant, rustling the grass and whispering through the camp. The soft sounds of breathing, the quiet creak of armor, and the distant shouts of soldiers made the moment feel even more intense. David wasn't scared like other people were. Instead, he was calm and focused, with his heart, mind, and intention all in the right place. He thought about the stories he had heard, the quiet promises of safety and guidance, and the idea that even the smallest person, if they are faithful, can change the course of events. It was clear what the meeting meant. Courage, faith, and the quiet strength of the heart are much more powerful than size and strength. Goliath's eyes moved to David, and a mix of confusion and disgust crossed his face. He thought there would be fear, hesitation, or even retreat. But instead there was a calm, unshaken young shepherd. The difference was clear, and the valley itself seemed to stop and wait. David never lost his focus. He took each breath carefully and felt each heartbeat in time with the earth below his feet. Choosing faith over fear and stepping forward was a quiet example of how heroism can come from the most unlikely places. At that moment, courage wasn't a loud roar. It was a quiet alignment of trust, skill, and intention. The sling swung gently in David's hand. It was a simple tool, but it helped him focus and have faith. He picked up the stone, felt its smooth surface, and let it go with a calmness that seemed almost otherworldly next to the giant's huge presence. The stone flew through the air in a graceful arc, leaving a soft path across the sky. It reflected light and shadow in a moment that was both exciting and certain. When it hit its target, the valley fell silent, and the tension that had been building up turned into a deep, quiet stillness. The deeper meanings became clear. Sometimes the smallest act, done with faith and purpose, can break down the biggest barriers. Goliath fell slowly, his body gently collapsing onto the ground. For a moment, the valley seemed to take a collective breath in awe. David's calm demeanor, which was not shaken by fear or expectation, became a symbol of quiet bravery, showing that faith has strength beyond what physical strength can measure. The people around him felt the quiet lesson settle into their hearts. Fear and intimidation may seem big, but the steady alignment of intention, courage, and belief can change the outcome, showing that even the most unassuming person can win against overwhelming odds. The sun rose higher and higher, bathing the valley in soft light and warming faces, stones, and the gentle ripple of grasses. David stood still, breathing slowly, with a steady heart, thinking about how things were happening quietly. Everyone in the scene, whether they were a soldier, an observer, or a young person, knew deep down that courage is built slowly, through preparation, patience, and faith. Even the smallest and least experienced among us can make a big difference when their heart is in the right place and their spirit is guided by faith in the unknown. The story turned into more than just a story of victory. It also became a gentle reminder of the lasting power of faith and the strength that comes from being clear-headed and determined. The palace was quiet, and the evening light made soft shadows on the stone walls and polished floors. David walked slowly down the hallways, feeling the weight of both authority and the quiet stirrings of his conscience. The air was warm from the fading sunlight. David felt it in a very personal way, now that even a chosen and blessed king was still human. He took each step carefully, but his mind drifted to times when he was weak, choices he wished he had made differently, and the small effects that quietly spread through the lives of those around him. The throne's grandeur, the shine of ceremonial ornaments, and the solemnity of the royal halls all seemed to fade away as he thought about his own life. This reminded him that even the highest positions don't protect the heart from moral tension. The city was alive outside the palace, with a soft murmur of activity echoing through the streets. People went about their daily lives without knowing about the quiet fight going on inside the king who led them. David's heart, on the other hand, could feel the invisible tremors of mistakes and the subtle pull of choices made in moments of desire and impulse. He remembered that even the chosen are never free from the natural tendencies of the heart, which include flaws, temptation, and pride. Every meeting and every choice now felt heavy, with meaning and consequence. It was a reminder that greatness comes with responsibility and that humility must always be present in places of power. He found a quiet room with a view of the river, where the water mirrored the soft colors of twilight, just like the complicated lives of people. David looked at the changing patterns and thought about how even calm surfaces can hide rough spots. The lessons he learned from his own story came out slowly, like the way evening shadows slowly spread across the stone. Every action and every mistake showed the duality of human nature, the ability to do both good and bad, to learn and to feel sorry. He realized in these quiet moments that he needed to be humble, that he needed to accept his flaws without letting them get the best of him, and that he needed to let grace, both divine and personal, guide the healing of broken paths. He thought about choices he had made in the past, each one bringing up feelings of sadness and awareness. The faces of those who were hurt, the whispered advice that was ignored or forgotten, and the times when desire had taken over judgment, all came softly, like echoes in the quiet of the palace. David learned that failures are not just flaws in character. They are also lessons that teach us about the human condition in small ways. The hidden meaning was clear. Admitting mistakes and learning from them helps a person grow, find balance, and develop a gentle wisdom that grounds both the heart and the soul. Evenings in the palace had a rhythm of thought, and David often walked slowly through the quiet courtyards, where the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle trickle of fountains made for a subtle background music for his thoughts. No matter how important he was, he couldn't avoid the inner reckoning, the quiet confrontation with himself that everyone has to go through. In the soft shadows and dim light, he felt the full humanity of his journey, the mix of strength and weakness that had helped him win and lose. Every time I thought about it, I was reminded that humility is not something that happens on its own. It's something you have to work at. It's a gentle recognition of your limits and the need for guidance, awareness, and grace all the time. David's thoughts went to times when he was tempted, when desire clouded his judgment, and the ease of giving in seemed to be more persuasive than the quiet voice of his conscience. The mistakes he made and the choices he made were reminders of how fragile morality is, how ego can pull you in, and how natural inclination can keep you going. Even though he was a king, chosen by God, he knew how to walk the fine line between power and humility, desire and duty. The hidden meaning settled softly in his heart, that admitting to our flaws can help us understand others, teach us how to control ourselves, and remind us of how much we need grace. He stopped by a window, and the soft reflection of stars in the night sky showed in his thoughtful eyes. Each point of light, far away but steady, reminded him that the world itself has patterns of order, guidance, and quiet strength. The human heart can follow these patterns if it is humble and learns from its mistakes. David knew that failures are not the end, but rather a part of the gentle rhythm of growth. They are a reminder that even the chosen must find the right balance between morality, self-awareness, and reconciliation. The quiet night, with the wind whispering and the soft sounds of life below, seemed to confirm this truth, giving me a chance to think about it in peace, as both a teacher and a friend. In these quiet hours, the weight of responsibility pressed down softly but steadily, a reminder that actions have effects that go beyond what we can see right now. The people of the kingdom depended on the wisdom that comes from thinking things through and learning from mistakes, because their lives were tied to the king's choices. David saw the beauty in people's flaws. They can help us understand, lead us to compassion, and show us how our hearts can grow. When you approach each mistake with humility and self-reflection, it becomes a way to become more aware, build character, and accept the quiet grace that comes with being a true leader. As David walked slowly through the rooms, the candlelight flickered. He was taking careful steps along familiar paths. He thought about forgiveness, both giving and receiving, and realized that grace is not only a gift from God, but also something that people need. It quietly helps restore harmony after it has been broken. Even when you fail, there is always the chance to realign, to bring back balance between your desires and your ability to see clearly, between your impulses and your conscience. The deeper meaning of his journey became clearer and clearer, that being imperfect is not something to be ashamed of, but rather a chance to grow, a gentle guide to humility, and a way to understand the deep depths of compassion and wisdom. The quiet palace, bathed in moonlight, became a canvas for reflection, with each shadow and light showing the subtle differences in heart, intention, and the way people feel. David's slow, steady steps matched the rhythm of self-awareness, the gentle beat of learning from mistakes, while being open to the idea of healing. These hours slowly revealed the hidden truths of human life, that even those chosen for greatness are human, that failure is a natural part of growth, and that humility, reflection, and grace are the soft, lasting pillars that keep the spirit strong through both success and failure. The soft light of dawn lit up the palace gardens, and the air was filled with the sweet smell of flowers and the quiet sound of fountains. Solomon walked slowly along the winding paths, each step carefully planned. It was as if the earth itself was whispering secrets meant only for those who were paying attention. Light came through the leaves of old trees and made delicate patterns on the stone walkways. This was like the complicated weave of thoughts and reflections in Solomon's mind. People had known for a long time that he was wise, but in the early hours of the morning, he didn't feel pride in it. Instead, he felt a gentle responsibility to nurture both compassion and discernment. He knew that wisdom was more than just knowing facts. It was also having a deep understanding of the human heart and the moral currents that run through everyday life. The palace's hallways were filled with the faint sounds of servants and advisors walking by, but the gardens were eerily quiet. Solomon stopped next to a stream that was flowing slowly and clearly, reflecting the soft morning sky. He watched the ripples come and go, thinking about how life is always changing and how important it is to find a balance between thinking and doing. He understood the hidden meaning behind every choice in nature's quiet rhythm. Wisdom without humility can fail, and knowledge is strongest when it is tempered by empathy and moral insight. Each reflection was a gentle reminder that leadership is not just about making decisions and issuing orders. It is also about thinking, being patient, and paying close attention to the small ways that hearts move. The city was slowly waking up in the market. Merchants set up their wares. The sound of kids laughing floated through the air, and the smell of fresh bread mixed with the smell of dust and stone. Solomon watched these scenes from a shaded balcony, not as a ruler who was separate from his people, but as someone who was in touch with each person's life, problems, and happiness. He saw the weight of daily work, the quiet strength of those who faced difficulties with grace, and the small acts of kindness that went almost unnoticed. Solomon saw the pulse of moral truth in these everyday events, that empathy is as important as intelligence, and that knowing how to read the hearts of others is a form of wisdom that is better than knowing the laws or scrolls. Later, he was asked to help settle a fight between two women and a child, each of whom said they should be in charge of the child. Solomon was calm and his voice was soft, but attentive. He encouraged everyone to speak their mind and listened not only to what they said, but also to how they felt. He let the silence last, giving people time to think and for the truth to come out in small gestures, expressions, and pauses. His advice was calm, thoughtful, and not rushed. It wasn't pushy or controlling. It showed that he understood people better than most. At this point, the hidden lesson became clear. Wisdom is not about how quickly or smartly a decision is made, but about being able to see the truth while promoting fairness, justice, and kindness. In the quiet hours of the night, Solomon would often go back to the gardens, where the soft buzz of bugs and the distant call of night birds made him think. He would sit under the branches of an old olive tree and think about how life, human behavior, and divine guidance all fit together. He realized that knowledge without humility is weak. Wisdom only grows when you know your own limits and have a deep respect for the lives and hearts of others. He thought about how power doesn't last, how fame doesn't last, and how insight shaped by empathy is always valuable. Solomon's thoughts had a hidden meaning that was both subtle and deep. True wisdom helps people understand without being arrogant and leads people to action without being bossy. The gentle evening breeze seemed to teach him something, rustling the leaves as if to remind him that humility is something you have to work on all the time, not something you can just be. Solomon thought about times when he had made mistakes in his own life. He understood that even insight can be wrong if pride gets in the way of how we see things. He thought about the elders, prophets, and regular people whose words and experiences had shaped him. They reminded him that learning is a lifelong process, and that growing in wisdom is the same as growing in heart. He realized that empathy, or the act of putting yourself in someone else's shoes, is the link between knowledge and understanding. It is the link that takes insight from theory to useful, meaningful advice. The palace, now lit by the soft glow of lanterns, looked calm and peaceful, like the calmness that Solomon kept inside himself. He walked slowly through the hallways lined with scrolls, each one holding thoughts, laws, and observations. But he thought that true understanding was not only in written words, but also in the subtle reading of character, the quiet perception of emotion, and the careful weighing of circumstance. He knew that wisdom is shown by being able to balance knowledge with empathy, judgment with patience, and insight with the humility to admit that you are not perfect. Every meeting, every choice, and every thought made the hidden lesson stronger. That moral clarity and leadership go hand in hand with the gentle guidance of the heart. As night fell, the stars began to appear, twinkling quietly across the sky. Their beauty was like the potential for understanding that people have. Solomon looked up, feeling both awe and peace. He understood that insight is linked to the bigger patterns of life, nature, and God. Knowledge devoid of reverence may lead to arrogance. Comprehension, lacking humility, may result in harm. In the peaceful darkness, he thought about the deeper truths of life. That moral understanding grows through reflection, empathy, and paying attention to the quiet lessons that people learn from their experiences. These moments held hidden wisdom that was fragile but lasting, like a soft whisper that reminded me that the best knowledge is tempered by the soft, steady force of humility. A soft silence fell over the palace as the night got darker. Solomon walked slowly through the gardens, listening to the soft sound of leaves rustling and the wind sighing in the distance. He was calm, reflective, and focused, following the small changes in the lessons of life, the stories of kings, prophets, and regular people mixed with his own thoughts, and each one helped him grow in understanding. He knew that the secret to wisdom isn't just being smart, it's also about finding the right balance between thinking, feeling, and moral clarity, which is developed in silence and put to the test in action. And in that quiet, the soft light of understanding settled on his heart, a calm reminder that knowledge is strongest when it is humbly combined with the ability to listen, think, and act with kindness. The morning light slowly crept over the hills, casting long, soft shadows across the valley where the people had gathered. Their whispers mixed with the wind's whispers. Elijah stood still on the rough ground, his heart heavy with expectation, but at peace. The prophets of Baal moved around him with restless energy, their gestures dramatic, and their voices rising and falling as they called out to unseen powers. The air was hot, dusty, and full of excitement, but Elijah's calm presence stood out as a calm anchor in the middle of all the chaos. His steady, unwavering gaze swept over the crowd, taking in not only their faces but also the subtle rhythms of fear, doubt, and hope that lay beneath each one. It was clear that the moment had a deeper meaning. Faith is not shown through noise or spectacle, but through quiet conviction and the alignment of heart and purpose. He carefully arranged the stones on the altar, placing them with a calmness that matched the way his mind was working. Every piece of wood and stone was carefully chosen, showing both careful planning and unshakable faith. The morning air was filled with a faint smell of dry wood and earth. It was subtle, but grounding, adding to the quiet drama that was happening in the valley. Elijah moved slowly and softly, almost like he was meditating. This showed the hidden lesson that being true to yourself in action doesn't depend on what other people think, but on how clear and intentional the person is who is acting. When he knelt down to pray, his breath mixed with the cool air. There was no noise or show of grandeur, only a peaceful alignment of heart, mind, and divine awareness. A calm rhythm that seemed to echo in the attentive silence of the people around him. The prophets of Baal got louder and louder, dancing and shouting, trying to get a response from a silent void. Their energy was all over the place, which was very different from the calm patience that Elijah had. But he didn't flinch, and he didn't let the excitement around him get to him. He kept his attention on himself, knowing that true conviction doesn't need to be loud to be strong. He thought back to the stories of the past, the quiet acts of faith that had shaped generations, and the deep but gentle comfort that comes from being in line with the truth. The deeper meaning of the meeting started to come out like the first light of dawn. Divine support favors honesty, and real faith shows itself in calm strength instead of showy displays. Elijah poured water over the altar and watched as it soaked the stones and flowed gently across the ground. This made the ground softer and gave it a shiny surface that caught the morning light. The act, which was simple but intentional, showed trust, surrender, and the understanding that divine intervention works through purpose and honesty rather than manipulation or fear. The crowd stood still and watched, feeling the quiet strength of the planned action. This was very different from the frenzied energy of the false prophets. Every drop of water seemed to send a gentle message that patience, preparation, and being real are often the best ways to show faith, showing strength not in show, but in following principle and divine will. He looked up at the sky and said a quiet, steady prayer. There was no show of force or attempt to get attention, just a quiet conversation, a soft request for clarity, and a humble opening of the heart. The breeze slowed down. The air seemed to stop, and the valley held its breath as the moment stretched into a deep silence. The lesson that was hidden was clear. Belief based on truth has more power than words or actions that are obvious. People didn't judge how strong Elijah's faith was by how loud or intense it was. They judged it by how calm and deep his inner certainty was and how willing he was to act in line with it. The silence stayed, deep and full of expectation, as if the earth itself was leaning toward the truth that was coming out. Then, softly but surely, fire came down, eating the offering and the wood, and lighting up the altar with a soft, golden glow. It danced across the stones, and the crowd's eyes reflected it. This was a quiet but clear sign that faith based on truth is recognized and confirmed in ways that surprise everyone. People stood in awe and silence, feeling that the deep power of this moment came not only from the flames that could be seen, but also from the alignment of purpose, heart, and divine presence. Elijah stood still and calm, showing the hidden truth, that true conviction, tempered by humility and patience, is stronger than any show of enthusiasm. The prophets of Baal stopped yelling, their cries fading away and their energy fading into the morning air. The difference was so clear that everyone who saw it learned that desperation and show can't take the place of the quiet depth of real faith. Elijah's calm demeanor, deliberate actions, and steadfast faith exemplified the enduring principle that moral and spiritual authenticity is frequently subtle, understated, and profoundly impactful. The deeper meaning went beyond the immediate win, reminding people that the most important changes often start from within, when belief, intention, and action are in harmony. The valley seemed to be filled with a new calm as the morning light grew stronger. The wind softly whispered through the trees and rocks, bringing with it a feeling of reflection and revelation. Elijah walked among the people, not with pride or arrogance, but with calmness. His presence brought comfort and calm. Witnessing and taking in the subtle truths became part of the experience itself. Divine support doesn't come for the show, but to strengthen the heart, deepen understanding, and gently affirm true faith. The hidden meaning settled in softly, like a warm breeze blowing through the valley. When courage and truth are based on honesty and patience, they become clear, powerful, and lasting. After the calm, people spoke softly to each other, their voices echoing softly in the valley. Each conversation was a reflection on the lesson they had just seen. They had seen the difference between chaos and calm, between desperation and quiet conviction. They knew that the strength of a person's heart is not shown by the loudest cry, but by the steady, patient alignment with truth. Elijah's actions became a soft beacon, showing the deep truth that being real, having strong beliefs, and having faith that never wavers have effects that go beyond what people expect. And stay with people who are open to subtle wisdom. The sun rose higher, warming the stones and casting soft light over the fields. The valley settled into a peaceful rhythm, echoing the quiet strength of honesty. Elijah walked slowly, watching how people subtly showed they understood and thought about what they were doing. He saw how strong beliefs shape how people see things, build respect, and inspire quiet imitation. The truth behind this moment was clear. Divine support is gentle but real, shown in small signs of authenticity, the calm endurance of faith, and the quiet demonstration of aligned purpose. As Jonah walked along the beach, the early morning light cast long, soft shadows on the waves. His footsteps made a soft sound on the sand. The sea's rhythmic murmurs called to him, reminding him of the world outside of his control. But Jonah moved slowly, his heart heavy with fear and the weight of avoidance. He had been given a job that made him feel uneasy, a call to face a truth that seemed impossible to accept. The horizon, glowing with the first light of dawn, looked both inviting and scary, just like the tension in his own soul. He wondered if he could find the strength to face what was coming, or if he would keep drifting, putting off what was going to happen. In this calm place between knowing and not knowing, the true meaning of his journey began to come to light. Avoiding things may give you temporary comfort, but it won't quiet the voice inside you that wants to find peace and understanding. As Jonah walked, he thought about the things that had brought him to this shore. He remembered the words of the divine message, which told him to speak the truth in a place full of stubbornness and disregard. He felt his chest tighten with the weight of his duties, and he felt the familiar rush of anxiety, mixed with a glimmer of hope that he might find a way to put off the challenge in front of him. The soft sea breeze brought whispers of salt and the promise of the unknown. Jonah's heart swung between wanting to run away and the quiet pull of duty. Every step on the sand felt heavy, but with each step, he thought more and more about how fear can keep you from doing something. But understanding and acceptance only come when you face the darkness inside yourself. The ship in the distance, lazily anchored by the shore, seemed to be calling for people to leave. Jonah stared at the mast and sails, thinking about how nice it would be to be free of the burden of his mission. Even though he thought about flying away, the water kept lapping at his feet, reminding him that his inner turmoil was connected to the outside world. He thought about all the generations that had walked paths of doubt and fear, and how avoiding them had made their problems worse and kept them from reaching their goals. The hidden lesson became clearer. Running away from fear doesn't make it go away, and facing discomfort is the way to get to growth and clarity. As he stepped onto the ship's deck, the creaking wood beneath his feet seemed to echo his own doubts. The ship's steady rocking seemed to match the ups and downs of his emotions. Sailors went about their work with ease, not knowing that Jonah's heart was a quiet storm. The waves were soft but persistent, pushing against the hull, as if to tell him to accept what he couldn't escape. The ship was small, and Jonah's tension grew, but it also gave him a strange sense of clarity. Fear is both a barrier and a guide, a signal pointing to the truths we most resist. Acceptance, no matter how hard it is the way to freedom. The sea became restless as the day went on, a quiet reminder that ignoring things won't stop the flow of consequences. Jonah's mind turned inward as he thought about times when he had denied his responsibilities and tried to avoid them quietly. He felt a mix of guilt and longing, as well as an awareness of the two sides of himself, the need for comfort and the need for purpose. During these quiet moments of thought, he found the core of the hidden meaning, that facing our inner darkness is not a punishment, but a way to become more aware of ourselves, grow, and get on the right path. The waters around the ship suddenly started to churn, and the waves rose with unexpected force, shocking the sailors and making Jonah even more tense. The crew started to panic, and their voices rose above the roar of the sea. But Jonah felt a different kind of urgency, a quiet but strong pressure, telling him to stop fighting. The storm outside was like the storm inside, a clear sign that the outside world often reflects the chaos we feel inside. Jonah knew that the only way to get things back in order and calm both the sea and his soul was not to deny or run away, but to accept, give in, and be willing to face what he had been avoiding for a long time. Jonah's heart shook with both fear and clarity in the middle of the storm. He knew that running away wouldn't help, and that he couldn't avoid the call that had been weighing on him since the beginning. As the waves crashed against the ship and the sailors ran around, Jonah felt a deep change inside. He quietly gave up without any fanfare, only realizing the truth. The hidden lesson became clearer. Facing our inner darkness, the doubts, fears, and hesitations that lie within us, is both the test and the way to awakening. The storm, which was strong but controlled by the natural world's rhythm, became a teacher. It showed that avoiding problems makes them worse, and that accepting them is the way to solve them. The sea kept dancing, but Jonah found a moment of stillness inside himself, a calm focus in the middle of the chaos. He realized that the divine help he had feared would not be there was in fact guiding the events as they happened. The whale, a quiet and mysterious figure waiting in the depths, became the embodiment of the forces that would help him move from avoidance to confrontation and clarity. Jonah's journey was no longer just physical. It was also deeply internal. He had to go through fear, resistance, and surrender to realize that facing discomfort is an act of courage that aligns the self with purpose. The sailors kept trying to control the ship in a panic, not knowing that Jonah's view had changed. He calmly watched the fear and uncertainty around him, seeing his own hesitation in every nervous movement. The hidden meaning became clear. Facing avoidance doesn't make fear go away right away, but it does turn the energy of fear into a guiding force, like a quiet compass, pointing you toward growth and understanding. Every wave that hit the ship reminded me that fighting makes things harder, while accepting things makes them easier to deal with, which is what makes the journey toward clarity possible. As night fell, the storm calmed down, and the sea began to gently roll. Jonah felt a small sense of relief when he realized that avoiding something, while tempting at first, only makes things worse. Inside, the whale waited patiently in the depths, a strange sign of the journey he had to take, and a way to protect himself and confront others. Jonah knew that real courage isn't running away. It's being willing to face what scares us the most, to go into the dark places in our hearts, and to come out with new knowledge. The lesson that was hidden was clear. Avoiding problems slows down growth, but accepting and facing them shows the way to self-discovery, inner peace, and finding a higher purpose. The stars came out one by one in the night sky, making the water calm and peaceful. Jonah thought about the journey that had started with fear and doubt. He understood, in a gentle but complete way, that facing his inner darkness is not just something he has to do. It's a deeply personal process of growth, insight, and change. The whale, which was silent under the waves, was both a challenge and a guide. It led him through the depths of avoidance to the light of acceptance, showing him the quiet but powerful truth that true courage comes from facing ourselves fully, with honesty and humility. The wind whispered softly across the empty fields, bringing with it the quiet weight of a life that had been tested by hardship. Job sat by himself, looking off into the distance and tracing the rolling horizon as if he were looking for answers hidden in the clouds. Each wrinkle on his weathered face told a story of strength and quiet endurance, of nights spent wrestling with hard questions. The village around him went about its business as usual, but inside, Job's mind was a vast landscape of reflection, where pain and patience were in a delicate balance. He felt the pain of loss, the ache of absence, and the weight of suffering pressing down on him. But underneath it all was a steady pulse of hope, a fragile but persistent current that whispered of understanding that was beyond what he could see right now. As Job walked through the ruins of his once prosperous lands, he thought about the family he had loved and lost, the flocks and treasures that had been taken from him, and the endless uncertainty that lay ahead of him. The quiet of the fields made every thought, memory, and pang of grief seem stronger. But in that silence, there was also a quiet invitation to think about how strong people can be and how God is always there for them. The deeper meaning of his pain started to come to light, like the first light of dawn breaking gently over the horizon. Faith is tested most when you don't understand, and strength is often measured by how patient and trusting you are. Job's nights were long, full of deep thought and restless questioning. The stars above seemed to listen without saying anything. Their distant light was a soft comfort, a gentle reminder that he was seen and that his journey was important, even in the vastness of the universe. He talked to the heavens in quiet prayers, sometimes in pain, sometimes to show that he understood, and often in a shaky attempt to make sense of the pain he was going through. Each word was like a thread that connected him to something that was there but not seen. It made an unspoken promise that having faith, even when you don't understand it, gives you its own quiet strength. Every night, the hidden lesson got stronger. Hope doesn't come from not having pain, but from being able to stay strong when things seem unclear. The villagers would sometimes come to him, worried and curious, bringing with them advice, comfort, and sometimes judgment. Job's friends' words hit him like waves on the shore, some soft and some hard, but none could break through the strong will that was slowly forming inside him, like roots reaching deep into rich soil. He listened without getting upset, understanding that people want to explain their pain, but knowing that he needed to take a different path, one of patience, reflection, and paying close attention to the quiet voice within. During this peaceful observation, the deeper meaning became clearer, that endurance is not built by staying away from the world, but by carefully navigating human interaction and finding a balance between empathy, discernment, and inner stability. Days turned into weeks, and Job's troubles kept getting worse, but there was a gentle change happening. He saw little things in the world around him that showed him how strong things can be, like a lone tree holding on to rocky soil, birds flying against the wind, and life slowly but surely coming back to his fields. Each observation was like a soft mirror of his own journey, showing him the quiet truth that even in the worst conditions, growth can happen if you keep going and are patient. These observations softly whispered the hidden meaning, that suffering is not just a burden, it is also a teacher that leads the soul to strength, understanding, and a deep awareness of the faith that can last beyond what we can understand right now. Job often thought about how to balance hope and despair. There were times when grief felt like it was crushing him, making it hard for him to breathe in the quiet of night. Even in these moments, though, there was a soft insistence inside, a gentle reminder that faith isn't about not having problems. It's about being willing to stay connected to a source of strength that goes beyond understanding. The hidden lesson became clearer. True endurance is the ability to go through hard times while staying connected to something bigger than the current situation. Job watched the river flow steadily through the valley as he walked by. It didn't care about rocks, bends, or fallen branches. It kept going, graceful but determined, carving its way with quiet strength. Job saw a small reflection of his own journey in this natural rhythm. Obstacles in life don't stop progress. They change the path, make you stronger, and let patience grow. Each ripple in the water sent a quiet message that trust and persistence can lead to change, even when things are hard. The river's gentle flow reflected the deeper meaning of his experience, that suffering, patience, and faith are always in a delicate balance that helps the human spirit grow, become clearer, and have lasting hope. Job's nights were still full of deep thought, often with the sound of the winds and the calls of nighttime animals in the distance. He didn't feel the divine in big, dramatic ways, but in the quiet, constant reminders of how life goes on, how things are guided in small ways, and how creation is strong. During these times, he realized that faith isn't always about getting answers right away. It's also about keeping a calm, steady trust in how life is going, even when things are hard and the way forward is unclear. The lesson became clearer, that having faith for a long time builds inner strength, clarity of thought, and the ability to face future challenges with calm determination. Job found an inner landscape that was vast and strong enough to withstand the storms of life while still having hope. He did this by reflecting on his losses, being quiet, and observing each day. He saw how light and shadow played off of each other in his surroundings, how new life slowly emerged after hard times, and how creation kept going at its own pace. Each observation confirmed the hidden truth that enduring suffering is not just giving up, but actively building trust, patience, and a willingness to learn lessons that are hard to understand right away. The quiet awareness of God's presence, which was soft and gentle, became a source of strength that lit the way forward, making the burden of hardship easier to bear and reinforcing the lesson that faith has the power to change people deeply, even when they don't understand it. Job sat quietly and thought as the sun set and cast long golden rays over the fields. The warmth of the day and the softness of the evening air felt like a gentle hug around him. He felt more connected to the earth, the cycles of life, and a presence that had quietly guided him through every trial. The hidden meaning of his journey was now clear, that suffering with patience and faith builds a wisdom and strength that lasts, a quiet strength that shapes the spirit, even when the world seems uncertain and the path is unclear. The lessons of hope, perseverance, and unshakable faith stayed with him, like a calm river flowing steadily through the landscape of his heart. As the calm night falls and the quiet hum of life turns into a peaceful rhythm, it's natural to think about the journeys we've taken through these old stories. Every story in the Old Testament has taught us something over time, giving us a peek into the hearts of people, the mysteries of God, and the subtle guidance that can be found in everyday life. From the very beginning, when everything came into being from nothing and became a tapestry of stars, seas, and living things, to the quiet patience of Job as he went through trials, the stories have a common thread. They show us the hidden meanings that are still important today, just like they were thousands of years ago. The stories have shown us courage, humility, faith, and resilience, how choices affect our futures, and how every struggle has the potential to help us grow. As we walked with Adam and Eve through the Garden of Eden, we felt the fragile balance between innocence and awareness. This was a reminder that knowledge, even though it can be painful, is a part of being human. The fall taught us that free will comes with responsibility, and that every choice we make has effects that last into the future. Cain and Abel taught us how heavy envy is, how much resentment costs, and how important it is to be honest in our relationships. Seth taught us that even after loss, hope lasts, and healing is possible. Every story has been a mirror for our feelings, showing us our fears, joys, doubts, and quiet courage in ways that go beyond time and culture. Noah's Ark carried more than just animals. It carried a message of hope, trust, and the chance for new beginnings even after terrible things happen. The Rainbow Covenant that came next reminded us that mercy can come after judgment and that hope can grow even when things are hard. The Tower of Babel demonstrated the constraints of human arrogance, the value of diversity, and the wealth generated from accepting differences rather than seeking to dominate all aspects. Abraham's journey into the unknown was about faith and courage, the kind of courage that comes from answering a call that takes you beyond what you know. These stories are more than just history. They are calls to think about our own choices, fears, and hopes, with the help of ancient wisdom. Isaac's near sacrifice, Jacob's ladder, and Jacob wrestling the angel showed that struggle and giving up are both important parts of spiritual awakening. These stories remind us that the road to understanding is often full of stress, self-reflection, and a willingness to face problems. Joseph's dreams and struggles demonstrated the subtle strength of patience, the progression of destiny despite betrayal, and the lasting influence of faith when synchronized with purpose. Moses' meeting with the burning bush and the Exodus journey showed how brave it is to stand up to injustice, how trust can set us free, and how deeply we can change when we follow our calling. The crossing of the Red Sea, the giving of the Ten Commandments, and the temptation of the golden calf all showed how people need moral structure, how to be brave in the face of fear, and how to balance short-term wants with long-term principles. David and Goliath taught us that even the small and weak can win with faith, while David's failures taught us to be humble, to understand how complicated human nature is, and to appreciate the grace that comes with honest reflection. Solomon's wisdom, Elijah's fight against lies, and Jonah's trip into the depths of avoidance all showed that clarity, honesty, and bravery come from looking inside ourselves, sticking with it, and being willing to face our own darkness. Job's deep suffering, patience, and faith may have the quietest but most important message, that endurance and trust have their own quiet power, and that hope can grow even when understanding fails. When we look at all the stories we've read together, they make a picture of human life that shows the problems, successes, and lessons that have always been there. The hidden meanings in these stories aren't just ideas. They're calls to connect with our own feelings, decisions, and sense of right and wrong. They remind us that ancient wisdom is not far away. It is still with us as we go through life, build relationships, and grow as people. These stories are a gentle reminder that the problems of the past are still relevant to our lives today. What do we do when we have to make hard decisions or feel jealous, scared, or unsure? How do we learn to be patient, strong, and understanding when everything seems to be going wrong? These stories help us think about things by not giving us answers, but by making us think about them and letting us find our own insights while enjoying the beauty of the story. The Old Testament serves as a mirror, a teacher, and a companion, softly whispering to our hearts to encourage us to think and grow. And so, as this quiet exploration comes to a stop, each listener is invited to stay with the lessons they have learned for a little longer. Think about the stories you've heard and how they make you feel, the decisions you've made, and the deeper meanings that speak to you. The journey through these stories is personal, one of a kind, and never-ending, just like life itself. And while you think about this, there is also a gentle invitation to stay in touch. Subscribe to the channel, share your thoughts, and leave a comment with your name, the city you are watching from, and how long you have been in this quiet space of thought. Every story, every thought, and every reflection adds to a group awakening, a peaceful community of hearts learning about timeless wisdom together. We have read 25 stories, from the beginning of time to Job's patient suffering. These stories show us how human experience and divine insight are woven together into one big picture. They remind us that faith, moral choices, personal growth, and resilience are not just ideas. They are real things that shape our days, our relationships, and how we see the world. The lessons stay with us, like a whisper in the night, pushing us to make time for thinking, to welcome reflection, and to see the hidden guidance that is always there on our own journey. It is through this calm, patient reflection, along with being aware and involved, that the ancient wisdom of these stories really comes to life in our lives today.